of structure, integrity of materials. There's a whole list of them. And this building has many of those integrities. The structural issue, or the preservation issue that has to do with the structure of the east wall can be answered by saying that we observe that there are real problems with that east wall and that it definitely needs underpinning, that it needs work. The extent of that work would have to be defined more specifically by a structural engineer. And in fact, Mr. Neald's report, which I think is also has been admitted into the documents, so I think I can refer to it. Mr. Neald's report from that same visit described that wall and indicated that it needed structural underpinning.
So from a historic preservation perspective, if that wall were replaced, would the Smith House lose its historic preservation?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
And then Mr. Gemelli had testified that the condition of the building is not a critical component of integrity. Do you agree to that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because I don't think that was the testimony of Ms. Gemelli.
All right, then let me ask you a different.
We've raised the question. I assume therefore the objections were drawn.
I'll withdraw the question. Is condition of the building an aspect of integrity in the historic preservation context?
Yes, it is. And the process, the document and destroy process that the Historic Preservation Division asks us to perform, it's one that I have done twice in this past year and a number of times in the past in my professional life. Part of the process is to establish the reason for destroying the building, so that it's not just a documentation. It's a documentation and an analysis that leads to a conclusion and makes the case based on National Register criteria and based on knowledge of preservation and knowledge of the building, that this building, for some reason, cannot be saved and needs to be demolished. You need to make that case. And in all of these reports that I've done, I have made that case as part of the process, so that we've not only documented what was there and put it into a repository for future generations to know what was there once it's destroyed, but we've made the case for why we took it down, so that if people are interested, it doesn't seem like an arbitrary thing that the building was demolished.
You've read Mr. Gemelli's report?
Yes, I have.
And it doesn't include this second stage of the
It does not.
And do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, I do.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I have an opinion on what?
Demolition. The
Wisdom of demolition?
the destroy part of docking destroy.
Your Honor, I don't think that there's been an adequate foundation laid for this opinion, whatever it's going to be. There's no explanation of what findings he made, what observations he made, or anything else. And in the absence of that, I think it's premature to ask him if he has an opinion.
Well, let's do this. I think the question was, do you have an opinion? Which sounds to me like a yes or no answer. Because if he says no, then we move on to another topic. If he says yes, then I assume Mr. Lewis is going to lay that foundation. So I'm going to, if my understanding is correct, I'm going to overrule the objection and allow Mr. Lewis to proceed.
Yes.
Have you done such an analysis?
Yes, I have. I've done more than one.
And have you done analysis in this?
Oh, for the Smith House? No.
No. But could you tell us how you would go about it?
Now, hold up. Have you done one for the Smith House?
No. I understood the question to be, have I done that type of
Have you
analysis?
done one? How would you go about it if you were doing it for this Smith House?
Your Honor, it's going to be irrelevant. This witness hasn't done one. He's not going to express an opinion about it. That will be admitted if he hasn't done an analysis.
Thank you. What's the basis for solicitation?
Obviously, the testimony in our case today is to ensure that the record shows the sensitivity of the Smith House. That it's the error, we believe, in its demolition, and also particularly in terms of satisfying the statute or the rule in terms of the assessment of its significance.
Well, I'm just trying to refine this a little bit, I hope this helps and doesn't hurt, but I don't, I understand, I think, your client's concern, Mr. Gillis. And the one thought I had after we focus on this point was that I'm not aware that the statute directs that this analysis, if we can call it that, together with a report like what Ms. Jamali has done, presumably could also be called analysis, has to all be done by one person. Rather, we have several reports, and those authors have testified to the report already about the wisdom, perhaps necessity for demolition here, all on behalf of the applicant. Those records have been admitted as exhibits here, presumably they'll be part of the record that the planning commission will be maintaining. And I'm not sure that the statute, that the regulations require that, particularly with the detailed analysis that's gone on here, that all of it has to be done by one author. We've had several authors. And I'm concerned about allowing Mr. Keith to continue testimony here if what he's going to do is talk about all the things that he would have done had he conducted a report of, a review and analysis and report of the Smith House when he's already conceded at the beginning that he has not done it. Seems like speculation that's too far away to be allowed as a witness or testimony. With that said, to the extent that I have read Mr. Keith's report, to the extent that you want to solicit testimony from him that emphasizes the shortcomings in his mind of Ms. Jamali's report, I'm happy to allow you to do that. But I think that Mr. Eads' objection to your question of what should be in the report, I'm only going to allow that within the concept of a critique of Ms. Jamali's report, not a kind of treatise on what should have been there.
Okay, I understand.
Okay?
Let's turn to your review of Ms. Jamali's report, and I guess I should say reports, as something else.
Yeah, I just wanted, Your Honor, to put in the record my observation in support of your ruling. When you talk about the statute, I presume you're talking about the LDR section.
The regulations.
Yeah.
I caught myself once, but not.
Yeah. Exhibit 44, and I do think it's important that in the subsection E1 that relates to the demolition of historic structures, the report submitted by Ms. Jamali under subparagraph 1 of E little I is different from the requirements in subparagraphs 3 and 4. Subparagraph 3 says circumstances and condition of the structure shall be evaluated. A qualified engineer's opinion on the structural integrity of the buildings shall be obtained. So it quite clearly contemplates different people with different
That's why
qualifications.
I was on firm ground.
Yes, thank you.
If I could just, I'm sorry to extend this, but we have a historic preservationist historical architect before us. I asked him to review her report, Ms. Jamali's report. I'm taking it then that as a result of these objections that he is only here as a historic preservationist and not as an architect?
I'm not going to dice that.
Okay.
If there's another not all objections that would have an evidentiary, or a foundation in our evidentiary rules need to be made. To the extent that Mr. Feed believes that objections do need to be made, he'll, I presume, will bring them before the court and we'll rule.
I was just trying to,
In terms of
avoid questions that might garner the same response from you.
What I'm concerned about is this. I'm concerned about Mr. Keith, about you soliciting testimony from Mr. Keith that flows into his other area of expertise, if you will, that has not been relied upon in any report that he's provided and disclosed to the other side, of course, if we try to start. And with that said, I think we'll string this out to 3 or 4 or 5 days if we've got to analyze each of Mr. Keith's statements and say, okay, do we have his architect hat on there, or his historic preservation hat on there, or just his good citizen of St. Albans hat on there?
I understand, and I apologize if I elongated this
No.
unnecessarily.
That was directed more to me than anyone else.
I just was, I guess, trying to make the point that there are specialties and expertises that flow into each other, and that if we were focusing purely on Mr. Keefe as a historic preservationist, that some of his opinions may be different than Mr. Jameli's, and
Or may merge.
or may merge. So you have a copy of your report?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you pull it out and let's just go through it a little bit. I started asking a long time ago as to whether you are aware of both the original and the adjusted report by Mr. Miller.
This, the assessment that I did that you're referring to here was done after her first report, but before her second one.
All right, so I suppose we could go through your analysis of her first report, but you have read her second report, is that correct?
I have.
And does her second report respond to your criticisms?
Not adequately, in my opinion,
And how so?
because it still doesn't address the broader issues of the historical context. It does not address some of the historical associations. It basically is a continuation of the cataloging. It's a documentation, but not an analysis. And that's, I think, the piece that's missing.
These words, this is a vocabulary trial, apparently. We have significance, we have integrity. We have, in the words of the ordinance, the significance shall be assessed and documented. In your profession, is assessment exactly the same as documentation?
No.
What is assessment?
Assessment is a combination of documentation so that you have the facts and the information to work with, and then an analysis and a stated conclusion based on looking at those pieces of information.
And does Ms. Jameli's report satisfy that?
No.
And in what ways does it?
It does not talk about, for instance, the condition of the building and how that impacts on its integrity, and therefore whether it is meets the criteria for demolition, or perhaps meets the criteria for being saved.
And to be clear, is there anything that Mr. Jameli says that you believe is wrong?
No, I don't think, it's not a question of wrong, it's just incomplete.
Okay. And as far as the analysis goes from her perspective, is it professional?
From my perspective,
Yes.
yes, it's professional, it's just not complete.
Now, your report begins with I believe, a critique that Ms. Jameli's report begins with a presumption or assumption that the house will be destroyed or demolished, correct?
That was my opinion from reading her report.
And you have a different opinion?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object again. Here, I gather that he's asking for an opinion about whether or not the building should be demolished. The purpose of this report comes into existence only if the building is going to be demolished. This report is not an inquiry into whether or not the building meets the conditions for demolition, which are in other sections of the ordinance. And again, we're then to this problem of there's no foundation being offered for this witness to give an opinion about whether the building should be demolished or not. Especially not couched in the terms of the ordinance of physical feasibility and economic feasibility. So without that foundation, this question should, this testimony should not be elicited.
Let's go look at the language of the regulation. Looking specifically at 706 sub 8B1. It says, and I think it says precondition. It says the demolition of historic structure is discouraged and shall be considered only as a last resort. If acceptable alternatives are not possible, the following must be met.
That assumes there will be demolition.
Yeah, so isn't there an assumed precondition? That is, you don't do these reports unless acceptable alternatives are not possible.
And I'll be offering that Mr. Keith will suggest that if we go further, the significance shall be assessed must include some reflection on that decision. That is, it's not to change the opinion, but merely to comment on it. His criticism of Mr. Melly is that the report begins with that assumption. That may be what the law is, but this is what his opinion is. I thought maybe we could elaborate on what he was thinking.
Well, let's, in order to understand this, I've got to take it in steps. To the extent, I disagree respectfully with your last assessment of the ordinance, Mr. Gillis. And for that reason, I'm going to sustain Mr. Feed's objection to the last question. Namely, I read subsection E small I as setting a precondition. That is, if acceptable alternatives to demolition are not possible, then it sets an additional requirement of the assessment and report. It says the significance of the structure, gardens, landscaping, and outbuildings, if any, shall be assessed and reported. I don't see the authority within those subsections, specifically subsection 1, that allows us or a witness to revisit the wisdom of the demolition decision.
I wasn't intending to have it happen that way. But I might suggest that such a report, which documents a structure such as this after a decision that demolition has been agreed to, might well reflect some regret or some disagreement. Well, regret is the best word. What I'm saying that to say, for instance, in a report, wouldn't it be isn't it a shame that it has to be taken down? Here's what it is. That's the avenue I'm trying to be qualified. But I appreciate the court's clarification. And I will.
I mean, what I'm just to be clear, what I see is an ordinance that was crafted with a lot of thought and value placed upon historic structures in this community. It must be driven by the importance that community members feel towards their historic structures. And so there's a multi-page outline of the analysis that must be gone through to make additions to historic structures, including commercial historic structures, to make renovations or rehabilitations to historic structures, and demolition. And I emphasize that because it seems to me that because the city chose to, adopt such an extensive ordinance, I'm concerned about a lot of people who just testify, you know, I don't think it should be demolished. No. It's too important a structure. Okay. Because that is a degradation of the specific, standards that the city adopted in this ordinance. And so I'm only going to allow testimony as to the demolition question by witnesses who've been qualified as experts, including engineers and structural experts, as codified in subsections 3 and 4.
I got it. I won't go there.
Okay, good.
Aside from structural analysis, then, do you have any concerns about the adequacy of Ms. Gemelli's assessment and documentation?
Well, as I said in this analysis, there are things that are, in my opinion, glossed over. That is to say, not treated with enough detail.
Name a few of those.
For instance, the Queen Anne porch was kind of lumped in with the changes to the building when it became a men's club. And the Queen Anne porch is very important. It was added to the building during the historic period. It's specifically detailed in the National Register nomination, and it's an important feature.
Now, before we go on, what's the historic period?
Well, the porch was put on in, I think in the 1890s, I believe.
Can we name a date when the historic period ends, or is it changed by?
Well, the historic period is typically, a building needs to be 50 years old to be considered historic. So we would, as an arbitrary number, pick 50 years ago. In this case, you might argue that the historic period might be a different date than that. It might be an even earlier date than that. But it's certainly not before 1895 or the year that the porch was put on.
I have some questions that I asked Ms. Gemelli. In terms of significance, how do you quantify the structure itself and its historic and its architectural features from those who have lived there? Are there independent elements?
There are different criteria for in the National Register, and Ms. Gemelli spoke about some of these. But it's architectural style, its reflection of broad patterns of settlement, its association with important historic people, or the potential for archaeology on the site. Those are sort of the four basic categories that we look for. And then within those, there are a whole series of types of integrity. And those are used to judge whether the building has historic significance that rises to the level that would get it on the National Register, or to be determined eligible for the National Register.
And by the way, in terms of assessing the significance, do you only look at the building itself and not the grounds?
No, you look at the context, which means you not just the building and the grounds, but you look at the neighborhood, you look at, particularly if it's in a district, you look at the district, and you look at the history of the district.
Has that been done by Ms. Gemelli?
I did not see that in her report, other than there was a brief reiteration of the significance statement from the National Register.
From the perspective of documentation only, is a report sufficient?
I think with the amendment that was made to the document, I think it is sufficient. It is sufficient from a documentation perspective only.
And documentation just says it has a Queen Anne porch. It has
It lists the elements and describes them.
It doesn't need to go further than that. Documentation is sort of a...
It doesn't talk about
photograph.
it doesn't talk about their association with historic people. It doesn't talk about the context and the building patterns of the area. It doesn't talk about their condition now and whether they can be brought back. You know, how far gone the building is, how many of the elements are missing. It doesn't talk about any of that.
When you spoke about the guidelines, that was the National Register guidelines,
Yes,
and you're familiar with those?
yes.
Do they detail what to do with, say, banisters and lintels and that sort of thing when you're going to destroy a property?
No.
In looking at the ordinance, E, small I, 2, where it says, public interest for structural preservation shall be sought and considered. Salvage operation options, whether through the city or other appropriate groups with interest in local history, shall be proposed as part of the demolition proposal. Is that an area that is covered by the register's criteria?
No.
The National Register.
Yes. Have you, in reacting to Ms. Gemelli's report, evaluated the significance of the building itself?
Yes.
And can you tell us what makes it significant?
Well, it's significant on several levels. It's, first of all, architecturally. It is a really good example of a federal period building with a really nice Victorian era porch on it, a Queen Anne porch. So those architectural details, and they're detailed at length. I won't go through all of them now, but they involve everything from the beautiful framing, handmade framing that's up in the attic, to the brickwork and the moldings and the fireplaces and the trim and all of that. All of those things are important. But also the building is important for its association with important people, with historically important people. And its particular association with the Smith family and their relationship with Vermont as governors, as business people, as people who had a whole lot to do with St. Albans becoming the city that it's become, and with the railroads being here, with a lot of the building that went on. Those are very significant. And also one of the Smith sons was a governor during the Civil War period when the famous Confederate raid occurred. That's one of the, when people hear about St. Albans, that's one of the first things that people from somewhere else know about St. Albans, is that raid. And the fact that it has that association also makes it significant. So this house embodies a lot of important historic association with this community. And it indeed is part of the settlement pattern that happened here. That's another criteria for the National Register. The fire that occurred here in the city in the late 19th century did not jump across Main Street, and so buildings on the east side of Main Street that are in the National Register district are in some ways more significant because they weren't touched by that fire, and so they remain and go back a longer period. So for all those reasons, this building embodies tremendous associative significance as well as architectural and building technology significance.
And how about in terms of its present location, putting aside condition for a minute, in the context of Maiden Lane and Congress Street? How is that reflected or its significance?
Well, one of the things this building has is integrity of place, and that is to say it is on the same location that it was historically originally built on. And that's an important criteria in the National Register and in evaluating an historic building. So its location on the site, the fact that it's set back from the street and has a front lawn, and the fact that it is part of a series of buildings that march down Maiden Lane and provide a perspective onto the historic green, all of that is relevant. There's a settlement pattern there, and if you look at a site plan map, you can see how the buildings were laid out on their properties and how there's a similarity between buildings in that part of the district.
If a proposal such as this were to change the parking patterns in front of the building to diagonal parking, would that fit?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This witness has not disclosed any information with respect to parking, traffic pattern, or anything like that. In fact, in the answers to interrogatories that were submitted by the applicant, I'm quoting from Exhibit 25, which is their supplemental responses to interrogatories. The answer to interrogatory number 28, which is on the last page, says appellants have no appraisals, studies, or calculations that would substantiate their intuition that the neighborhood will be degraded by the elimination of this historic home, the proposed changes to Maiden Lane allowing diagonal parking. Then, in addition, they were asked about experts in their original responses, which are Exhibit 24. Number 4 asks about experts. It says Thomas Keefe, landscape architect, referring to a copy of a report, will be amending his report as soon as appellee completes its application satisfying all the requirements of the historic district. We got a report, but it doesn't talk at all about traffic, parking. And so I have no advance notice of what his testimony will be, the basis for his opinion, or anything else.
Surely, Your Honor, the fact that the changes in the parking and direction of traffic were so late coming should play a part in a ruling that council hasn't had any notice of this. But most importantly, I'm not asking Mr. Keefe to become a traffic expert. I'm only asking him in the context of his historic preservation role that he might be able to give as a hypothetical what would happen if whether the significance of the building would be affected by the diagonal parking.
Now, one interesting is I don't fully appreciate that change in the parking plan. Is diagonal parking a component of the plan anymore?
Yes.
Is the one-way traffic changed in any way?
Yes, it used to be southbound, now it's northbound.
It would seem that it'd be appropriate to allow appellees to offer a witness on the impact of that change. Not the parking itself, given the uses.
That's exactly right.
Ron, I agree with you, it would be appropriate if they had a witness for that. My problem was, they said they didn't.
Well, they said they didn't before you changed. That was before you changed the plan.
Same number of spaces were there.
Yes and no, Your Honor. Again, if you read the answer to, the issue of diagonal parking has been in the case all along.
Yeah.
It was excluded from the DRB's opinion because it involved a use of city property, and the city select board had to make a determination, or the city council had to make a determination about that. But right in the notice of appeal and the statement of questions, they talk about diagonal parking. In their answers to interrogatories, they specifically say they have no appraisal, studies, or calculations to substantiate their intuition that the neighborhood would be degraded by the proposed changes to Maiden Lane allowing diagonal parking.
So,
We had time to supplement our expert answers with both the new plans and everything else. They have a duty to supplement too. They didn't.
So I get it, but I get it that what Mr. Speed has clarified is that the diagonal parking proposal hasn't materially changed. And therefore that issue is out there from the moment that the statement, the issue was raised in the statement of questions.
Except that it wasn't part of the permit. It might have been floated around, but nobody knew for sure that the city council would
Well,
agree.
would the permit be the appropriate thing to look at, or would the application?
I meant the application. We conceded so that we could expedite consideration of this. I think we could have insisted that the matter go back to the DRB, because even though the city council made the decision about diagonal parking, it wasn't part of the DRB's consideration. It was okay with us to have it raised for the first time here. Seems to me appropriate that Mr. Keefe should be able to testify.
Well, I think it was raised below, it just wasn't very successful.
But wasn't raised as a serious consideration by the DRB because it wasn't part of the application.
But be that as it may, we've got stipulation of this. And we have the witness on the stand who's not going to disclose as having an opinion as to the party. So what was the question you're asking? Yes,
I'm stuck on significance of the building. This is a documentation, so I'm suggesting that I'm inquiring of Mr. Keefe whether he believes that diagonal parking changes the significance.
no, I think that, given that Mr. Keefe has not been disclosed as a witness in that area, no action from our, I don't think there's been a report finding him disclosed. I'm gonna sustain the objection and ask you to move on to the next topic.
All right, Mr. Keefe, your report says the Gemelli assessment does not address the impact of the incremental loss of historic resources to the community, state, and nation. Can you elaborate?
Yes.
That's on page, the last page of this report.
Is that standard within the regulations that we can render law?
Well, I think there would be some latitude in the understanding of assessment that would allow for things that aren't necessarily appearing in the ordinance.
All right, I'm sorry. Please.
Uh,
Want to elaborate on that?
Yes, increment,
Again, Your Honor, just for the purposes of the record, in case this matter gets appealed, let it be shown that I do object to this witness talking about incremental impact on anything else. It talks about the significance of the structure shall be assessed and recorded, not the incremental effect upon St. Albans or the state or anything else.
I'm not allowed, this testimony to be solicited. I think it's within the scope of assessment. Objection.
in the historic preservation world, the context of the building is part of assessing the building. And in that light, incremental loss is the gradual literal loss of buildings within a historic district to the point where a historic resource like the Smith House may lose its context. And there are plenty of precedents for this in the historic preservation world, and I've participated in some of them in Manchester, Vermont, where gradually buildings around one or two historic buildings were so altered or demolished that what had been a recognizable contiguous historic district became isolated little islands that there was not enough left to rise to that level of, in other words, that area would not today be put on the National Register as a district, whereas it was put on at the time because those buildings were there. So incremental loss is important. It's also important because incremental loss happens gradually and individually, and it's kind of like that classic thing where the lobster's in the pot and you turn the heat on. You just don't notice until suddenly you're cooked. And this is what can happen if incrementally buildings are lost within a historic district. We have a very intact district here. It's 107 buildings and all but, 117 buildings, and all but 7 of them are considered historic. So losing a big important building like the Smith House is a fairly serious incremental loss, and it would definitely impact the integrity of the district.
that's all I have.
Let me just finish up on the notes, folks. You said 117 buildings in this historic district, only 17 are not historic, is that?
Only 7, it's 117 buildings are within the boundaries, and all but 7 are considered contributing structures. And that's contributing is a technical preservation word that means they have historic significance.
Okay. Let's see, cross-examination, Mr. B.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, may I just have a moment's word with Ms. Jamali?
Okay. Sure. You all set down there, Mr. Keith? You don't bother?
I don't,
Oh, let me,
Worth the whole service for
this is excellent, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I neglected to offer Mr. Keith's report as an exhibit. I know we handled the,
Oh, I meant to ask at the beginning, if you have any other exhibits that you intend to offer? And, Mr. Keith, you've got a copy of Mr. Keith's report?
Yes, Your Honor, as I understand it, we're talking about the report that's dated February 26, 2014.
correct.
Entitled Review of Assessment.
Yeah, and what is it marked for identification?
It hadn't been marked. I don't
Exhibit
remember the
D.
last number.
It's in the,
Oh,
It's in the binder?
it's in the, no, but it's in the index as
Okay.
Exhibit D.
okay.
We have,
We could,
Exhibit D was already used,
that's what I
it
thought.
was?
yes.
And we could go to.
Oh.
C.
Wasn't admitted, but it was used, referred to.
Ah, well then, E, I guess.
So
Go
what are we
to C,
marking
please.
it?
Whatever.
E?
E.
And do we now have to give to this chairman?
Hmm?
Gonna use that version?
I need this.
No, I will leave it right there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
I don't think I've got any notes on it.
I gotta put it where you can't. We will mark it later.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me just finish this. Okay, Mr. Feed.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure. Oh, Exhibit E is admitted.
Yes,
No-
that's
No
fine.
objection?
No,
Okay, E is in.
Mr. Keefe, you ended up with some testimony about incremental loss being important in the historic preservation world. What is, do you agree with me that incremental loss is not spelled out as a part of the criterion in the ordinance that's Exhibit 44?
I'll take your word for it. I must say, I'm not familiar with that ordinance particularly, but,
Okay. And when you say it's important in the historic preservation world, are you referring to a decision whether or not something is significant for purposes of the National Register?
listing on the National Register or eligibility for certain types of benefits, funding or protection, things like that.
Okay. And so we all agree that this building is significant, correct? You agree that this building is,
I certainly agree, yes.
and it's significant because of architectural features, and it's significant because of its connection with historical people.
And also for its reflection of the broad pattern of settlement here in St. Albans.
Terrific. And you also agree with me that just because a building is significant historically doesn't mean that the owner of the property has to cough up the money to rehabilitate it, correct?
That's right. The National Register does not require you to do that.
And there are buildings that are historically significant that are demolished.
Yes, there are.
And there have been some buildings in the 117 in St. Albans that have been demolished, haven't there?
I believe there have. I don't know that from research, but I believe there have.
Okay. Oh, so when you're talking about, so did you do an analysis of incremental loss as it applies to this property?
No.
Are there standards for determining incremental loss?
It's a professional judgment. There are not written standards that say if there are 20 buildings and you lose more than half of them, you've lost too many. It's a case-by-case professional judgment.
In essence, anytime a historic building is demolished or collapses from natural causes or anything else, that's an incremental loss, right?
Yes, it is.
Some incremental losses might be significant, some might be not.
I would rephrase that to say some might be less significant. I think they're all significant.
Okay. The idea of incremental loss in the historic preservation context, can that elevate a building that might otherwise not be significant because it's the last building built in the 1930s?
I suppose it could. It's an interesting idea I hadn't thought about, but it might.
Well, so what does it affect? Does it affect judgments about grant giving in limited funding circumstances?
Well, it affects anything that is predicated on being on the National Register or being eligible for the National Register. So that might be funding, it might be tax credits, it might be protection from a highway project that was going to damage or destroy the property or change it. It might be some tax relief. I mean, there are lots of different benefits that might accrue.
Okay. You criticized the adequacy of Ms. Gemelli's report for its treatment of the Queen Anne porch, right?
Mhm.
If you would turn to Exhibit 21.
Is that in this book here?
Yes. And in your report, you criticized it for lumping it in with the club,
Yes.
right? And so if you turn to page 11 of her report, Exhibit 21, the last sentence, is that what you were referring to?
That's part of it, and also on page 1, in the first paragraph, just the statement about it says as well as the Queen Anne style wraparound porch.
Okay. Now, would you turn to page 6? In the middle of the paragraph that starts circa 1820 Smith House. Right, there's a sentence that begins, or that there are several sentences.
Are you above or below?
Halfway down,
Okay, the paragraph that starts circa 1820.
Yep.
Okay.
in the line that begins boarded over, it says, a 10-foot wide, single-story Queen Anne style porch wraps around the front, west, and south elevations of the brick house.
Mm-hmm.
It has a spindle screen and turn posts with solid brackets and a modern simple railing. There is a modern lattice skirt. The porch has a pedimented gabled projection which accents the entry area in the first bay and sports Eastlake design elements. It contains a stickwork hammer beam with dropped pendant, half-round gable screen with alternating beads and small dentils, D-E-N-T-I-L-S,
Mm-hmm.
frieze boards embellished with 6 bullseye blocks on either side of an oval keyboard decorated with 3 beads. The gable has wood fish scale shingle siding. That's not lumping it in with the men's club, is it?
Is this description in the original of her report, or is this in her amended report?
This is in the original.
No, this is not. This is fairly detailed, but it doesn't override the statements that are in those other 2 sentences. And the issue is that my reading of this is that it was lumped in with the 20th century changes as not that significant. And yet the National Register nomination, this I believe is more or less a quote from the National Register nomination. And the National Register nomination went to some trouble to detail all of this stuff, so I felt it was important that it not be simply lumped in with 20th century changes when it became a club.
Okay. And don't you agree with me that the porch is depicted in picture number 4 on page 21 of her report, picture number 5 on page 22 of the report, picture number 7 at page 23 of the report, and picture number 28
Sure.
on page 23, and picture 10 on page 24, and picture 11 on page 25.
Sure.
Now, you don't disagree that it was built when the Owls Club became the owner, right?
No, I don't.
I mean, referring to it having been built in the early 20th century is an accurate statement of its history.
I had the impression that it was an 1895 addition to the porch. I thought the porch was earlier. It was done, it was done within a few years of the Owls Club, but I think the porch, which is a Victorian style porch, was done in the late 19th century, and that the Owls Club work was done a little bit later than that.
Okay. Could you turn to page 17 of the report?
This is still Exhibit 21,
Yeah,
and page 17.
yeah.
Mhm.
So I guess it shows that the porch on the 1901 fire insurance map, doesn't it? So that would seem to validate your statement.
No, I don't see it there. I guess I'm wrong about that date. I can't pull it up right now, but I thought I had read that it was 1895.
Okay. You will agree with me that the discussion of the porch is a lot more than just saying the Owls Club built it, with all those photos and that 7 lines worth of text.
What is your question?
You agree with me that it's not just, the porch is not just mentioned as associated with the Owls Club, but rather is detailed in the description and included in a number of photos.
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that the intent of the ordinance isn't to write a shorthand history of St. Albans and its important people, correct?
The intent of the ordinance?
Yes. Of the bylaw relating to preparing this assessment.
I don't think I,
The witness has said he's not familiar with the ordinance.
All right.
And Mr. Peter, you asked about the intent that not the intent of the ordinance, but the intent that the ordinance directs of these reports?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Turning your attention to Exhibit 21, pages 10 and 11. The first paragraph addresses the significance, the architectural significance of the building, right?
yes.
The second and third paragraphs addresses the connection of the building with historical figures, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know whether there was another building in St. Albans that the Smith family moved to after this building?
No, I don't.
Are there any people that you think were associated with this building that should have been mentioned in here that aren't?
No.
The paragraph that begins on the bottom of page 10 and goes on to page 11 discusses the role of fraternal organizations in history in the early 19th and 20th centuries.
Mhm.
And that's also an appropriate consideration for placing this building in its historic context and significance, isn't it?
Sure.
And if you had only the four criteria that you talked about, it sort of relates to the settlement patterns and so on, that there are these men's clubs.
Yeah, you could make it fit.
And then, just to confirm, in your opinion, the Gemelli report as supplemented is sufficient as documentation of the existing condition?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Let me just get you on the notes. Mr. Gillis, anything further?
You said, in cross-examination, Mr. Keith, that the National Register doesn't prohibit demolition, right? By putting something on the National Register, does that encourage demolition?
Quite the contrary. Quite the contrary. The National Register is both an honorific, and it's also enables the owner to take advantage of a number of advantages depending on where they are and what the local ordinances and state laws are. The point I was trying to make is that being listed on the National Register, many people think that if you're listed on the National Register, you automatically have all kinds of hands on your project that control what you do and limit what you can do. And the only limitations are that you can't accept money or protections or benefits without the quid pro quo of saving and protecting the building. If you use your own money, you can do anything you want to a National Register listed building. And unless there's a local ordinance that ties local law into listing on the register, you're free to do whatever you want.
Would you agree that putting it on the National Register is a way of highlighting its significance?
Absolutely.
And you just, the last question was, you agreed that Ms. Gemelli's report was sufficient as to documentation.
Documentation, yes.
You were not, by saying that, intending to say that it was sufficient as to assessment.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. And you did not conduct an assessment either, did you?
I conducted the assessment that's reflected in this report here.
Which report are you referring to? What
This is Exhibit E. It was more an assessment of Ms. Gemelli's report than it was it wasn't an assessment of the building per se, but it was an assessment of her report.
Okay. So that's why it's called a review of assessment, not assessment.
Right.
And that's it. Thank you.
Hold up a second. Please step down, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't get to keep this, do I?
Thank you, Mr. Gillis. Be looking for it later. Well, it's a 5 after the noon hour, so let's break, but let's talk a little bit about where we're gonna go after lunch.
Sure.
Where would that be? And I'm looking principally at you, Mr. Peak.
Yes, yes.
You wanna finish your case, Chief?
Yes. Your Honor, the applicant anticipates having 2, possibly a third on rebuttal witnesses.
Mhm.
One will be Mr. Fred Connor, who's going to give us the guided tour of what's going to be built.
Yep.
And the other is Sam Ruggiano, a professional engineer, who's also going to be talking about what's going to be built. At this point, unless there's more evidence being put in by the opposers, we're ready to rest on all the information that Your Honor has received with respect to the demolition permit.
Okay. All right, good, good. Okay, and Mr. Gillis, I'm not asking this question with the intention of foreclose any party in the presentation of evidence, but, do you envision offering any further testimony concerning the demolition request?
As you could tell from today, it's been a chore for me to separate the 2 questions. I did hope to
Let me
have,
ask you this then, do you anticipate calling additional witnesses?
yes, I have with my clients here. I would like to have a chance to testify after we hear from the story of what it's going to be.
Okay, sounds good, we'll plan for that then. Okay, so it's about 5 after, let's plan to be in our seats ready to go at 5 after.
No, we have a 1 o'clock.
Oh, sorry folks, thank you. We're gonna come back here right at 1 o'clock. There was a matter that required our immediate attention, and so we set that for a 1 o'clock conference. I don't expect it will go longer than 15 minutes. It's scheduled from 1 to 1:30, but I don't expect it to go from 1 to 15 minutes. If you guys could be back here by, say, 1/4 after, and we could start as soon as we.
Oh, you're going to be
Sandy,
meeting the table?
Sandy, excuse me.
No.
Oh,
Any reason we
No,
couldn't
just-
take 15 minutes Fred's time right now?
good.
In the interest of time?
You can leave all your materials here.
Yeah.
We're doing this conference over the phone.
Oh, okay, thank you, Judge.
All right?
Okay.
Good. Okay, extended recess until right after that. All right.
I understand it. Does he really need break lunch? Or should we break lunch?
Sandy's a cake sandwich.
Okay, you're entitled to lunch too.
Testing, 1. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Thanks for your patience, folks. We're back on the record in the appeal of the Connor Group LLP site plan and conditional use approval application. Docket number 74-6-13 VTEC. Let me just get myself organized here. When we took our lunch break, we had just completed, I believe, Mr. Keefe's examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so we're back to the Connor Group, the applicant's case in chief. And so I therefore turn to you, Mr. Feed, and ask you where you want to take us next.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Before I call Mr. Fred Connor, there are two more exhibit book things.
Okay.
So in your exhibit book, there is a supplement. Exhibit 19 is 3 sides of the building, and the DRB asked for a picture showing elevations of 4 sides of the building. So this is in addition to 19. This is 19A. And I believe the clinical assessment center is there.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna include 19A in the written, where's the original? Would this be the original?
The original is in the witness binder.
Oh, it is?
They're all photographs.
Is this in the
Yes.
witness binder? Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, so with that stipulation, we'll admit 19A incorporated into, the exhibit booklet under tab 19. All right?
Under tab 16,
Yeah.
is it a wrong picture? That looks just like. So if we would tear that one out. Exhibit 16 was submitted earlier in the original hearing. And so this is a copy for your notebook.
Okay.
And it's already been in the official records.
Perfect. Great. Okay. Mr. Gillis, any problems with this substitution for exhibit 16?
Not at all.
All right. Then exhibit 16 as modified is,
Now, Your Honor, Mr. Connor is going to be referring to these items on the easel. I was wondering if we could swear him in standing in front so we don't have to spend
Sure.
time with him walking around the fence.
Sure. All right. We'll ask that we should do so. You will swear in as you want. Someone say the testimony is not the good, right, and the time to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Connor, I'm going to move you, re-aim this microphone here so that you're heard on the record. And if you need the trial exhibits, they're here on the ledge. So, Mr. Connor, can you tell us how you're related to the applicant?
I'm one of the 4 brothers that have...
If you'd speak into the microphone, please.
I'm one of the 4 brothers, together with my brothers Steve, Mike, and John, that are the principals of the Connor Group.
And do you have any particular responsibilities in the Connor Group?
I'm involved in acquisitions, financing, and leasing.
And could you tell us, please, something about the existing conditions in the building when you first encountered it and the proposals that you've made and that you're asking this court to rule on, please?
Yes, I will. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I want to first introduce our property and our company, and then I will talk about the neighborhood, and then I will get to the adjacent uses, if you will. The subject property is a 0.65 acre L-shaped parcel that is at the corner of Congress Street and Maiden Lane. Congress Street is a two-way street. Maiden Lane is currently southbound one-way and has been recently approved by the City Council to be northbound one-way, as I will get to later. The site is presently improved by a 12,422 square foot structure with parallel parking on Maiden Lane and a rear gravel parking area, as I'm showing in this area here on the eastern side of the building. After DAB and DRB review, the DRB approved of the demolition of the existing structure and construction of an 11,516 square foot new building. And this is that plan with an update that I'll get to in a moment.
Mr. Connor, could you refer to the exhibit number so that when we're reading the transcript, we'll know what
The
you're
existing
pointing to?
conditions plan that I initially referred to as exhibit number 17. The plan that I'm now looking at is exhibit number 32. Again, the DRB approval was for demolition of the existing structure and construction of an 11,516 square foot new building, and that is in this area of the site, and it is with parallel parking on Maiden Lane and a 35 space rear parking area in the same location as the current rear parking area.
Mr. Connor, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment. You refer to the parking on Maiden Lane, and I think that you said it was parallel parking. Is it parallel parking?
Yes, I want to distinguish between what the DRB approved and what this plan represents, and I'll do that in a moment.
Okay.
What the DRB approved was the same parallel parking that is on the existing conditions plan, and we would direct it in their permit to return to the city if we wanted to seek approval of the diagonal parking, which we featured in our site plan. So we originally featured 10 diagonal parking spaces southbound. We came back to the zoning administrator for a minor site plan approval, and that permit was granted about 16 days ago and has not been the subject of any appeals. So this plan that I'm showing you here has two changes from that approved by the DRB. It has the zoning administrator's approval of the 10 parking spaces, angle parking spaces that are northbound, and it also has the deletion of 2 parking spaces in the rear parking area that was a condition of the DRB approval.
So you're still referring now to exhibit 32?
32, yes.
And why did they, I'm just curious, why did they want the deletion of those 2 rear parking spaces? If you know?
I'm not sure what the reasoning was. It was something that the zoning administrator suggested. Okay to proceed?
Yes, yes.
Again, this parking arrangement, which has been approved by the City Council, and it was done in consultation with VHB, which is the city's transportation engineer. Our company is in the business of creating general office and medical office space, and that's why we were originally and continue to be interested in redeveloping the property. We redevelop vacant and underutilized sites, including brownfield properties. Our general contracting and construction management company, Connor Contracting, Inc., is based, was founded here in St. Albans, is based here in St. Albans and Berlin, Vermont. and is celebrating its 27th anniversary this year. I'm joined today by my brother Mike, to my left. Our brothers Steve and John, who have been at previous hearings, are at work attempting to defray some of the costs of this 18-month affair. Sam Ruggiano is also here with us. Sam is our Ruggiano Engineering is our project engineer. If you'll allow me to return to the property, I would like to point it to Exhibit 47 and give it an overview of our neighborhood. Our site again is a corner lot with frontage, labeled corner, with frontage on Congress Street and Maiden Lane. It is across Maiden Lane at the corner of Bank Street and Maiden Lane is a Fairpoint facility. Across Maiden Lane, directly across
What
from...
business is Fairpoint in?
It's a Fairpoint switching facility, I believe, but a place where employees also report to. I'm not familiar with exactly what the building is.
It's a commercial use?
It is, yes it is. Again, across the street from our property as well as the library property, which is to our south, is an apartment building. That is at the corner of Maiden Lane and Congress Street. Across Congress Street, over in this area, and we show it on our other plans, is the property of the First Baptist Church, and the Vertebra Ehrlich property, also known as Fiddlehead Dentistry Practice, which is at the corner of, we show a little bit of a stub here, this is Messenger Street and Congress Street. This property, as a dentistry practice, as we have in one of our exhibits, falls within the definition of clinic medical facility, which is the conditional use for which we have been approved. On our eastern boundary, our eastern boundary is shared by property of St. Luke's Episcopal Church. I believe it's a parsonage building in this location here, and as well as property one of the appellants, Mark and Sue Prent, who own property here, which is a lot with a barn and also a house with a lot with a stone garage that is in this location. Again, so they are also to our south. While not an adjacent property, we've also labeled the property of Leahy, which is in Maiden Lane and Bank Street, because the appellant Prent has informed us that that is how they get their access to their stone garage is from Maiden Lane through a right-of-way on the Leahy property.
What is the Leahy property used?
The Leahy property is a multi-family property. I will now briefly present our existing conditions plan and our approved site plan, beginning with the existing conditions plan.
What is the exhibit number of the existing conditions plan?
Existing conditions plan is exhibit number 17. Again, the property is 0.65 acres. It was previously a rectangle, and this parcel was cut out by a former owner of the Smiths to give to the library. So that's the origin of the shape of the property. It has grown over the years through a number of additions. As you saw, Your Honor, on the site tour, there was the original Smith home. There were, as has been reported by the historic preservation folks, there were connector buildings and a carriage barn that were demolished by the Owl Club to make room for an addition that we've referred to as the East Addition and the South Addition over in this area. And then there were 1980s vintage, and those were all about 100 years ago. And there are other additions that are a racquetball addition on the south end and another one-story addition, bathroom addition over in this area. So as the Owl Club evolved over its 100-year tenure, they added on to the property. The property is, again, as I said earlier, the property is about 12,422 square feet. It is a 1- to 2-story building. It has been vacant for about a half a dozen or so years, neglected for 2 or more decades. The building is mold infested, structurally unsound, covered in lead paint, and without any functioning building systems. And we believe we have previously established to the court's satisfaction that the property cannot and will not be renovated. It is not economically feasible. It is not even remotely close to being so. Now I would like to return to our proposed project.
Mr. Connor, if you will, let me ask you a few questions about the existing site plan. So let's start on the left-hand side, or the western side of Maiden Lane. The Exhibit 17 shows a long rectangular building.
Yes.
Does that represent the size and location of that apartment building?
Yes, it does.
And on the property that's labeled First Baptist Church on the far side of Congress Street, how is that developed?
That, I believe, is a parsonage as well as a church.
And is the church on the left or on the west or the east side of that? No, you can't.
Objection,
If you don't.
no whispering.
I don't recall.
Okay. Is there parking allowed on the south side of Congress Street?
No, there is not.
What's the nature of the parking area of the existing building?
It is a gravel parking area, and unfortunately, it sheets drainage into we saw on the site tour, a running brook through the building. It allows water to go into the basement of the Maiden Lane property, and also around the building over in the direction of the library.
So is there any drainage installed in the parking lot?
No, it's a gravel property with no curbing.
Thank you.
So again, returning to Exhibit 32, what we have proposed is a smaller building. It is not only 1,000 square feet smaller, but it's also a smaller footprint. The other plan had more first floor square footage than it did second floor square footage. It is handicap accessible, both from Congress Street through our parking lot, as well as Maiden Lane. It is sprinklered, which the existing building is not, making it a fire threat. It features attractive facades, which I will get to in a moment. Quality materials. It is highly energy efficient. We have generous landscaping, screening, and ample parking. Now I would like to turn to the city's regulations, which I will present a number of comments in support of our project as required under Section 6034 General Criteria Standards.
Your Honor, that section is reproduced in the exhibit book as Exhibit 43.
I'm beginning with Section A, 603.4A, harmonious relationship between the proposed uses and the existing adjacent uses. We are in the B1 zoning district, and while this zoning district requires no setbacks on any of the sides or rear or front, we would like to point out that the proposed structure's setbacks compare very favorably with the existing former Owl Club structure. And I'll begin with this, I'm using the word setback, but it's really the offset of the building from the eastern boundary. So from our eastern boundary of the St. Luke's property and the Prent property, the existing building is 43 feet away. The proposed building is 89 feet away.
Mr. Connor, is Exhibit 46 a collection of the information relating to the setbacks that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Folks, I just want to make you aware that I have opened up our evidence bag from the motion to stay proceedings. Just because I was looking for a full copy of the land development regulations, just because in section 603.4, I'm just trying to get the context of that provision. So unless anyone objects, I'm going to just take a look at that.
Well, that's fine, Your Honor.
And section 603.3 that precedes that talks about the application and review procedure for site plan review.
Yes, Your Honor, the preceding sections are actually Exhibits 41 and 42.
So in 603.4, we're talking about the general criteria and standards
Yes.
for site plan review.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then Mr. Connor had just referred to our new Exhibit 46, which is a compilation of setback information between the existing building and the proposed building. Yes, Your Honor.
So again, from the setback or the offset from our eastern boundary to the existing building, it had been 43 feet. The proposed building is 89 feet. The setback from our southern boundary, which is also from appellant Prent, the building had been, the existing building had been 97 feet. The new building is 114 feet. The setback from our southern boundary with the St. Albans Free Library, the setback had been 4 feet from the boundary. We are now 18 feet from the boundary. The setback from the Maiden Lane right-of-way remains essentially as it was. And I will point out on Exhibit 47 that historically the Owl Club property and the Leahy property are somewhat of bookends with the same distance from Maiden Lane, bookends to the library, if you will, no pun intended. And we remain with the new building at that, within a foot of that same setback. The Owl building was 27 feet, and we're 26 feet off of the Maiden Lane right-of-way. The setback from Congress Street, there is an existing bulkhead in the existing building, and that is about a 1 foot offset. We remain at that number, and our main building is slightly closer to Congress Street, 5 feet versus 7 feet.
Mr. Connor, do you know what the zoning ordinance requirements are for setbacks in the B1?
0 in all directions.
All right, and Your Honor, you can refer to Exhibit 36, Section 306 is a chart that sets out the dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance.
I would like to note that by locating the eastern facade of the building 46 feet to the west of the existing structures, eastern elevation, that the new building, as viewed from property of the home of Prent, is substantially screened by the library building. So it shows better on this building here.
Referring to Exhibit 47?
I'm looking at Exhibit 47. The Prent home is here. There is a two-plus story stone barn here that essentially screens the home's view of the existing parking lot and the future, which will be the future parking lot. They may have some view of the existing building. We've put a line in here that's within a foot or two, because of the scale we were working with, of where the start of the new building is. And as you can see, that line of sight is interrupted by the two-story library addition. We did an addition for the library that's 2 stories in this area and this area, and that substantially screens any view from the Prent property.
What are those arrows in Exhibit 47
They are indicating that this is the start of the new building. So that's the eastern elevation of the new building. That would be the entrance to the new building, as opposed to this line, which is the existing building.
Okay, so the building that's depicted on Exhibit 47 is the
Existing Owl Club. Yes.
Mr. Connor, on Exhibit 47, I'm giving you a magic marker. Could you draw a north arrow just to
Sure.
help everybody keep track of which direction is which?
No.
No?
Nope.
So north is to the Congress Street side, is that correct?
Maiden Lane is running north-south. Yes.
parallel with Main Street.
Pardon?
Parallel with Main Street? Is this
Yes.
Main Street?
Yes, parallel to Main Street and 1 block from Main Street.
Okay.
Our proposed change of use from club to office, which is a permitted use, and clinic medical facility, which is a conditional use, will result in similar ITE, or Institute of Transportation Engineers, peak hour traffic generation numbers as submitted by Ruggiano Engineering to the St. Albans Development Review Board as part of our project review. And Sam Ruggiano will speak to that issue as part of his discussion. This redevelopment project involves the elimination of blight, an increase in the city's grand list, and an increase in jobs in the city's downtown. As described, as I will describe below, we are working in harmony with the library, which supports our project to address longstanding drainage and parking issues. The subject project, excuse me. I'd like to return to Exhibit 47. Please excuse me for jumping around, but I'm trying to follow the format. I'm now in area number B of 603.4, traffic access, circulation, and parking. I'm trying to follow the flow of the criteria. The center line of the existing Congress Street driveway curb cut, which provides access to the existing rear parking lot, on Exhibit 17, is in this area here, with the gravel parking area on the eastern end of the property. The center line of that driveway is about 150 feet from the center line of Maiden Lane. The center line of the proposed Congress Street curb cut, again to the same parking area, the reconstructed rear parking area, is approximately 167 feet from the center line of Maiden Lane. So we're increasing the setback, which is a good thing between intersections. We remain with an offset from center line of this driveway to Messenger Street of about 170 feet. So we still have healthy separations between the intersections of the two roadways that access Congress Street at the block that we're involved in. Maiden Lane, again, jumping back to Exhibit 17, Maiden Lane currently features 5 parallel parking spaces at the frontage of the subject property. And it has a less than safe situation, which is it has a 13-foot wide southbound one-way travel aisle. On our proposed plan, with the angle parking, all of which, this happens to straddle the property line, by the way, Your Honor. All of that work is taking place off the existing pavement, so essentially the parallel parking spaces, that 8 feet is being given back to the traveled way, so we go from 13 feet to 21 feet. And that's why this has been supported by the fire chief, the DPW head, the city manager, and more recently passed by the city council. So we're changing the direction of travel and adding 10 angle parking spaces. We had 10 southbound, we now have 10 northbound. And one of the reasons that northbound was selected is that when you make a turn, left or right turn movement from Maiden Lane onto Congress Street, you do so with no parking on the south side of Congress Street. That is not the case at the Prince frontage on Bank Street, where there's parking allowed on both sides of the road. So when you make a turning movement, as you currently do on Bank Street, you're trying to look through vehicles. And again, that approval of the City Council was done in conjunction with their traffic engineer, VHB. Our proposed project, as I've said, features 35 on-site parking spaces, and that's net of the 2 that were deleted. And of the 10 that we're creating out front, I want to point out, we're only, while we are building 10 at our expense, we are only being authorized by the city to utilize 5 of those, including the handicap space. The other 5 spaces are being designated for use by the library. And while not part of this project, I also wanted to point out that one of the city council concerns was that the library's interest in correcting what they consider to be a parking deficiency on their property is that they have also been approved to do the same northbound angle parking in front of their property, which will delete 2 curb cuts and the circular traffic arrangement that was put in place by their engineer at the time that they did this addition to establish handicap accessibility. It's all they had for land, it's the best they could do, but it hasn't been a best case situation. So they're looking to change that. That'll be a separate design advisory board, design review board matter. But we are cooperating with the library so that this will be one integrated.
So let me make sure I understand that. So there's going to be annual parking spaces in front of the library as well?
Not as part of our project, but that's going to be a separate proposal by them.
How many
Yep.
spaces do the library propose?
6. They have 6 and they will have 6.
And they're gonna have, if I understood you correctly, you're gonna have the same, give back, if you will, of roadway space?
Yes,
And
identical.
what's happening with the half circle in front of the library?
That'll go back to a landscaped front yard with sidewalk entries. Yeah.
And Mr. Connor, just to repeat, which of the spaces, the angled spaces as shown on Exhibit 32 are going to be dedicated to library use?
They are the 5 southernmost spaces at our Maiden Lane frontage.
Well, if there's any parking area, I know on exhibit 47, it looks like you can kind of sort of see a sidewalk that's buffered from the roadway with some green area.
Here,
Yeah, is the sidewalk still going to exist in front of the property?
I'll address that with the proposed plan in a moment. And yes, there will continue to be a sidewalk there, and that's also been blessed by the city council as part of a parking and sidewalk improvement project that we are paying for. Going to number C, pedestrian and bicycle safety and access. The proposed building features handicap access from both Maiden Lane and the rear parking area that is accessed via Congress Street. So again, we've got handicap ramps on our eastern elevation, and we've got a walk-in handicap access situation from Maiden Lane. The sidewalk issue that you asked about, we're connecting into the sidewalk at Congress Street, and we have between 7 and 10 foot deep promenade or sidewalk areas in here with heavy plantings and street trees at the front of the building. While we do not show it currently on the site plan, we would like to be authorized to include a bike rack on the property. It is not shown at this time, but we would like to be authorized to include a bike rack. I'd like to now go to section D, which is screening, landscaping, signs, performance standards, and lighting. On the existing plan, Plan 17, we show an existing old wooden fence that is along a portion of the property boundary that we share with St. Luke's. Again, it goes a portion of that property. The balance of the property is either unfenced or it is a short, maybe 4-foot chain link fence owned by Prent for the balance of the property. That's the existing condition. What we have been approved to have is a 6-foot-high privacy place for the entire length of that boundary.
See, now you're referring to Exhibit 32, the
Yes, I'm
proposed
referring
site
to
plan?
Exhibit 32, so our entire eastern boundary with St. Luke's and the Prent property would have a 6-foot high colonial-style maintenance-free PVC fencing. We are also featuring additional, as part of the landscaping of our eastern elevation, we are also featuring a piece of fencing at that corner, which was designed to screen parking from Congress Street.
Now, in order for the transcript to reflect, which corner are you talking about? Are you talking about the northeast corner of the building?
The northeast corner of the building, yes. Offset from the northeast corner of the building is an L-shaped section of fencing. So the subject project features generous landscaping, including, as I've identified, in the front and the rear of the property and along the library side of the property, numerous planting beds and street trees at the Maiden Lane frontage. Forgive me for continuing to jump back from the different exhibits, but with respect to lighting, there's an existing power pole here that is a utility height, high impact floodlight that is at the eastern boundary of the property. And I'm on Exhibit 17, so it's within the property, along the property boundary with St. Luke's. That floodlight is being eliminated together with the overhead wires that service the building, and it's being replaced with 3 12-foot high sharp cutoff fixtures along our eastern boundary to light that edge of the property. Excuse me, those are shown on Exhibit 32, together with a couple of light poles at our eastern facade that lights both the sidewalk and the parking in that area. And no signage has been proposed as of this date.
For the whole building?
Nothing has been proposed at this date.
Mr.
now
Connor, do you know, do you have a potential user of this building at this time?
No, we do not.
And is that part of the reason why there's no sign
Yes.
proposed? Thank you.
I'm now moving to Section E, Structures and Design Review Districts. This project was reviewed, as we said, by the Design Advisory Board and reviewed and approved by the Development Review Board. And with DAB and DRB input, the plan revisions that we agreed on included a reduction of the proposed building size by 2,000 feet, which increased our setback of the building from Maiden Lane and from the library and from our eastern boundary. Again, this is consistent with the numbers I've given you today. The existing building is 12,422 and our proposed building is 11,516. So this exhibit that I'm now going to refer to as Exhibit 16, which is colored perspectives of the project. So we are increasing landscaping by doing the setback as well, increasing landscaping at the Maiden Lane elevation of the property. And I want to cover a number of elements which we had added to the elevations of the project to try to better respect the history of the area.
Mr. Connor, before you get too much into the details, let's, looking at Exhibit 16, we see there are 2 drawings. The one on the top is labeled west elevation. Where is the perspective from which we're looking?
That is the elevation as you see it from Maiden Lane.
And along the left-hand side of Exhibit 16, what is the face up there on the west elevation?
I'm sorry, I thought you said the west first.
I did. And so on the left-hand side of the west elevation,
That is Congress Street.
okay. And then the bottom one, what's the perspective for the east elevation?
That is as viewed as you enter from our rear parking lot.
And on the left-hand side of that one, what is that?
That is the
face?
south elevation as you look at it from the library.
Thank you. That helps.
So some of the things that we worked with the DAB and the DRB on, and some of these are new items and some of these were modifications of building features. As I said, we increased the landscaping at Maiden Lane. We added front and rear porch roof accents, and that's this feature here, as well as this feature here. And those are presently part of the Queen Anne porch entry of the existing building. We added covered entries at each of our end entrances on the Maiden Lane elevation, at this entrance here and this entrance here. We added elliptical louvers at the 4 main gables, so the 2 gables that are on Maiden Lane and the 2 gables that are on our east elevation. We changed from shakes, fiber cement shakes in this area to fiber cement butted lap siding at the 4 main gables. Again, the same gables where the elliptical louvers are shown. The main siding is cement clapboard siding. And we also added eave extensions at the 4 main gables, together with stacked frieze board detail at the perimeter of the building under the soffits to better accent the gables. And that's shown on both elevations as well, all elevations. And we also feature large built-up corner boards. The colors that you see here are the colors that were presented and approved by the DRB. We did have a color board together with the siding and trim that we had presented, which I apologize for not bringing, and we also are featuring high-end black Marvin windows. And again, those are maintenance-free, very high-end, energy-efficient windows that we're featuring as well. Turning to item F, drainage, and I'll let Sam address the details of the engineering of this, but I just want to point out that, again, returning to the existing condition, there is none. There is no closed drainage system. It's just drainage flowing as water will run downhill. The new Exhibit 32, our proposed site plan, is a curbed rear parking lot, which has catch basins, 3 catch basins, and storm drain piping to existing piping in Maiden Lane, and to drain this parking area, and to keep any water away from ourselves as well as the library. And also another catch basin to drain in the gutter line of Maiden Lane to drain the new parking spaces. And I'm almost done. Going to item G, wastewater disposal and water supply. The proposed building, as it is currently, will continue to be served by municipal water and sewer service. And I previously mentioned item H, utilities, that the proposed project plans feature underground electric from a new utility pole which will be set along the Congress Street where the power lines are now. A new pole that will be set there with an underground entrance, thereby eliminating the overhead wires. We've taken a lot of time and effort to design a project that we believe is very pedestrian friendly and new age design to be down at the road. It's not unlike the project down the street, Ace Hardware, where the city is encouraging folks to be at the corner of their elevation rather than set back with parking out front. So we have taken great pains to establish that that appearance and to be at the street level. And we just want you to know that we have made every effort to meet the approval criteria of 602.2 and ask for your approval to uphold the DRB's decision. We do not believe that as the DRB rule, we do not believe that we have any undue adverse effect on the capacity of existing or planned municipal facilities, the character of the area affected, traffic on roadways and highways, any problems with the bylaws as written, or any issues with respect to the provision on utilization of renewable energy resources. That's my overview.
So I have a few questions, Mr. Connor, to fill things in. Why don't you go over there to the witness stand? Mr. Connor, if you would turn to Exhibit 21, Ms. Gemelli's report.
21.
Yes, Exhibit 21. On page 24.
Thank you. Yes.
And those are some photographs that Ms. Gemelli took of the building, isn't that
Yes.
correct? I'm showing you Exhibit 16, the color renderings of the proposed building. Are there any aspects of the existing building that you've reflected in the proposed building?
One of the items that I had mentioned was the treatment that is at the gable of the entrance to the porch, and we have that at both the front and rear entrances, mirroring that as shown in picture 10. And I would also add that the building itself, and maybe we've got a picture we can look at here, the building itself, using simple architectural language, is a left justified half colonial. I know it's a federal, but it's a left entrance. And what we did with our primary elevation is we have the same width as the existing structure on each end of our building. So I believe it's 36 feet that the existing building is, and we have two twins that are 36 feet, one with a door on the left, one with a door on the right.
And at the top of page 24 of Exhibit 21, there's a picture of the gable of the existing building, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And is there any elements of that that are reflected in your proposed design?
Yes, we had initially proposed a different louver, and we were asked to feature an elliptical louver, which we have done
All right, and
on all four gables.
all right, and what about the treatment up along the roof?
We have a similar trim treatment along the gables, similar to the existing structure.
You may not know the answer to this, but if we look at again Exhibit 21 and the pictures on pages on page 23 shows the existing windows. Do you have any idea how the windows that you're proposing compare in size to the ones in the existing building?
I would have to scale the elevations, which I'd be glad to do. I can't scale the existing ones, but I believe we're about a 5 or 5.5 foot high by 2.5 to 3 foot wide window.
Now to backfill a bit to cover some of these things, you mentioned the definition in the land use regulations for a clinic medical facility. Your Honor, Exhibit 48 is the page from the LDRs that defines clinic, medical facility. 48. So it reads, a building used by a group of physicians, dentists, or other licensed healthcare practitioners using shared facilities and having the ability to treat multiple patients, and so on. And I believe that you said, Mr. Connor, that exactly such an office is being operated on the corner of Messenger Street and Congress Street,
That's correct.
a property which overlaps your property, or faces your property in part, correct?
Yes.
Now, going back, Exhibit 36 is a portion of the land development regulations. And it starts with section 304, permitted and conditional uses.
I have it.
Right, and I believe you said that the clinic medical facility was a conditional use in the B1 zone, and office was a conditional use in, was a permitted use in the B1 zone.
That's correct.
Now, if you turn to Exhibit 37, which is also a portion of the land development regulations, this is the portion relating to off-street parking and loading. And section 515.1, capital C, refers to parking in the B1 district.
I see it.
Yes, and so to refresh our memory, the lot in question is how large?
0.65 acre.
So then the sentence, parking is not required in the B1 subdistrict on lots less than 1 acre, would apply to this property, is that correct?
That's correct.
On the other hand, it continues that if you're going to provide it, you do have to get site plan approval and meet the...
That's correct. And we would not build it without it. It's a marketing requirement to have the parking that we have for the square footage that we have.
Now, when it says all sections of 515 of these regulations shall apply except for section 515.7, just to make sure we're on the same page, section 515.7 is on page 7, page 5-7 at the back of Exhibit 37, and page 5-8, which is the front page of Exhibit 38. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. The section 515.7 that does not apply to parking on lots of less than 1 acre is the table of off-street parking requirements.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct. So I take that to mean that your parking must conform to the regulations, but you're not going to be judged on how much you have based on that 515.7 table.
Right, right. And then the next requirement of section 515.1, Exhibit 37, that would be paragraph D, parking shall be to the side and rear of the principal building. Do you have that?
Can you repeat what section that was?
Sure, Exhibit 37, section 515.1.
One more time?
Yeah. Section 515.1, paragraph D, as in dog.
D, yep.
Right, it says parking shall be to the side and rear of the principal building.
And we comply with that.
All right. The next provision, E, in the event that parking is provided at the side of the building, no parking space shall be within 10 feet of the front of the building. Do you comply with that?
Yes.
If you turn the page in Exhibit 37 to section 515.2, which reads, access to parking areas and maneuvering areas shall be designed to assure as much as possible the safety of vehicles and pedestrians, and so as not to obstruct the free flow of traffic on public streets. Does your project comply with that?
I'll let Mr. Ruggiano comment on that item. It's our understanding it's been designed to the standards as far as aisle widths and parking space sizes.
Okay, go up, that would be in reference to section 515.3B that refers to the size of parking spaces. I'm going up on the page to section 515.2 relating to access to the parking areas and maneuvering areas, assuring as much as possible safety. And
We're confident that we have a safe design, yes.
And how have you increased the safety of the traffic flow from this property?
Based on our the width of our entrance aisle at Congress Street, the slopes of that driveway, its setbacks from Maiden Lane and Messenger Street, and the fact that, as has always existed, there is no parking on the south side of Congress Street.
Okay. Now, continuing on that same page of Exhibit 37, paragraph D at the bottom of that page, in all districts where more than 8 parking spaces are required, the entire parking area, including parking spaces and maneuvering lanes, shall be surfaced with asphalt or concrete paving and shall be striped to delineate parking spaces and lanes. Does your proposed plan conform with that?
Our specs include asphalt paving and striping.
Then on the next page of Exhibit 37, section 515.3F says off-street parking areas shall be drained so as to dispose of all surface water accumulated in the parking area in such a manner as to preclude drainage of water onto adjacent properties or toward buildings. Does the new design accomplish that?
Yes, by a combination of curbing and driveway and parking areas, slopes, and catch basins, we are bringing the drainage to Maiden Lane.
All right.
To the existing subsurface storm drainage system of Maiden Lane.
And then turning to the next paragraph of Exhibit 37, the requirement G, all lighting used to illuminate any off-street parking area shall be so installed as to be confined within and directed onto the parking area only. Do you meet that requirement?
We're speccing sharp cutoff lights both at the building and at the edge of parking.
Okay. And landscaping and screening, section 515.4, is asking for landscaping to serve as an aid in controlling pedestrian circulation, enhancing environmental and aesthetic conditions, reducing stormwater runoff in the paved areas, and glare of automobile lights. Do you accomplish that?
We have the 6-foot privacy fence all along our eastern boundary, which will have cars parking up against it. So we're screening all vehicle lighting in that way, and then we also have the section of fencing at the northeast corner of the building, off the northeast corner of the building for the same purpose.
And again, in paragraph E of section 515.4 that reads, interior area lighting is encouraged. Luminaries shall not cause glare to adjoining properties. Do you meet that requirement?
Yes.
Now, if you turn to Exhibit 38, Exhibit 38 has section 515, the landscaping, buffering, setbacks, and grading.
516?
Yes, 516. Provisions of the LDRs.
Yes, I see it.
All right, and in item C, at the bottom of page 5-8, it says where properties used for non-residential purposes abut residential properties, buffer areas will be provided and maintained on the non-residential property for the purpose of reducing the visual impact of the non-residential use. And then if you look at subparagraph 1 for that C, it's on the next page of Exhibit 38. It talks about buffers. It says buffer areas shall consist of a strip of land with a width as specified in section 516D below. All right, so let's turn to 516D below, which is on the same page, and look at number 1, where any non-residential land use in a business district, that's your property, yes? Did you answer?
Yes, it is.
Abuts land in any residential district. Does your property abut land in any residential district?
Yes, it does.
And where does it abut the land in residential district?
On the eastern and southern, a portion of the southern property, the property of Brentford, not the property of Leahy, I don't believe.
Okay. The side and or rear yard setbacks shall be maintained as a buffer in the yard which adjoins the residential district. Right, so that makes the buffer width the same as the setback.
That's correct.
All right, and then if we go back to page, to Exhibit 36, the next to the last page is Exhibit 306, Section 306 of the LDRs, and refresh us, what are the what are the setbacks required for side and rear?
0.
So now if you will follow with me going back to Exhibit 38 on the page 5-9.
Sorry, what was that reference?
Exhibit 38,
Yep.
the second page of the exhibit, page 5-9. At the top of the page, we were reading about buffer areas. Correct?
Yes.
So we covered the first sentence. We now know that the buffer area shall consist of a strip of land with a width of 0.
That's correct.
Buffers shall include hedges and or solid fencing and or natural or man-made landforms. Hedges, fencing, or landforms shall have a minimum height of 5 feet. Do you meet that requirement?
We have installed fencing on our eastern boundary with a height of 6 feet, and on our southern boundary, the Prents have a stone house that is at or on the boundary line, which is a 2-story structure.
Is that a house or is that a different kind of
Garage.
structure? It's a garage. Okay, now on, still in Exhibit 38.
Excuse me, I want to add to that we again have the fencing at the northeast corner, off the northeast corner of the building for additional screening.
Okay. Back to Exhibit 38, that page 5-9. In the middle of the page, under D4, it says, where any new non-residential land use, that's yours, correct?
Correct.
Abuts any existing residential land use within a business district, a buffer as defined in the section we were just reading about is required. The buffer shall be of sufficient height, width, and character to screen out all outdoor lighting from view of the ground floor of the adjacent residential buildings. Do you accomplish that?
I'm not sure that we are a new non-residential land use, since the use of record is club law office.
And does the fence, is the fence of sufficient height, width, and character to screen out outdoor lighting from view of the ground floor of the adjacent residential building?
The only situation, just like to read the provision again. I guess I first question whether we are a new non-residential land use.
Yes.
We are a different non-residential land use. And I don't think we abut any residential land uses in that are in a business district. I don't think D4 applies. I don't think we abut any existing residential land uses that are within a business district or service industrial district. The only one on that plan would be Leahy, and they're not an abutter. They are an existing residential land use within a business district, but they're not an abutter of ours.
Okay. Turn to Exhibit 39. At the top of the page, which is page 5-29, there's a discussion of approved lighting. I'm sorry? 39. And under the section 518B, approved lighting, does the lighting that you propose meet those requirements?
It does. Is 12 pole heights of 12 feet. With a 2-foot base. They are LED lighting. They are down-directed shielded lighting. So they comply with B1 through 4.
Okay. And does the proposed use have any risk of undue noise, odor, discharge of smoke, or unusual vibration?
No.
Or, no? All right. And then on the next page, this would be section 519E, glare. Direct glare, it says no direct glare shall be permitted with the exceptions that the parking areas and walkways may be illuminated by luminaries so hooded or shielded that the maximum angle at the cone of direct illumination shall be 60 degrees, drawn perpendicular to the ground, with the exception that the angle may be increased to 90 degrees if the luminary is less than 4 feet above the ground. Do your outdoor lights meet that requirement?
I believe our engineers designed to this spec.
And is there an issue with indirect glare from the lighting as described in the next paragraph?
Again, I believe our engineers designed to this spec.
Great. Mr. Connor, could you tell us again what, I'm showing you Exhibit 16, which is the colored elevations. And it looks like the walls of the building have horizontal lines across them. Does that represent what kind of material that is and the appearance of the material?
It was spec'd in our submission to the DRB. It is 4-inch exposure cementitious siding. It's a clapboard siding that clones the appearance of wood and is much more durable.
And I think you mentioned something about the color choices.
Yes.
How did that come about?
We spec'd paint colors, and they are as represented on those elevations. But we spec'd paint colors in our application.
And how did those paint colors get chosen?
I chose them.
Okay. And were they from a palette that related to the city specifications at all?
We reviewed the city specs, and we spent some time on it, yes.
And those were approved?
Yes, they were. And we did bring a storyboard, a sample of the painted siding and trim package together with a window sample with us to the DAB and the DRB, and they approved the submittals.
Okay. And in the earlier hearings and in her answers to interrogatories, Mrs. Prent referred to a box as your proposed design. Can you highlight for us some of the ways in which this is not a box?
By a box, I assume one would mean a flat roof with interior roof drains. This is anything but. It's a building of 6 gables, actually a building of 8 gables, 4 at the entrances and 4 dominant gables on the 2 each on the east and west elevations. So.
And it looks as if the 2 front areas, the west elevation and the east elevation, are not a flat plane either. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those are gables, and the roof slope, the center section, the roof slopes away from the.
And to the degree that the design requirements might call for highlighting the entrances to the building, do you accomplish that?
Absolutely.
Now, looking at the west elevation, I see 3 different doors and gables. That's the elevation from Maiden Lane, is that right?
That's correct.
And are those all intended to be accessed?
Yes. We're required as a minimum to have 2 points of entry, and we're that floor to be a two-tenant occupancy. We want to be able to have a center entrance that's common, and then each of the 2 tenants have their own dedicated entrance.
Okay. And now, when one enters the building on the west elevation, does one go into the first floor or the second floor?
First floor.
And from the parking lot, what floor does one enter?
Second floor. And I would add that at that entrance, there are 2 other doors that come off those 2 wings, so we're accomplishing the same thing. If that were 2 tenancies, there are 3 doorways at that entrance.
So if I can point to Exhibit 16, we see that there's a porch area at the top of the steps and the handicap ramp.
That's correct.
And we see one big door right in the center there.
Yep.
And then behind a pillar, it looks like there's a door. Is that one of the?
There's a door, an outside door in that covered porch. There's a door to the left and a door to the right, in addition to the center door.
Okay. Now, just to pick up a couple of questions that may exist looking at the proposed site and utility plan, Exhibit 32. At the east side of the library, there's a hatched area in your parking area. What does that refer to?
That's an emergency access for an existing doorway that comes out from the library.
What site plan is that that you have up there, Mr. Ruffey?
Exhibit 32. That's the proposed site and utility plan.
That's an existing situation that we're just showing as a continuing event by the paving and the striping.
And I noticed that there's an area here at the northeast corner of the parking lot that's labeled proposed 8-foot by 20-foot concrete dumpster pad with 6-foot high colonial style PVC fence, share with property fence. What is that?
It's a dumpster enclosure.
And is that required by the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it is. And there is, within the city record, there's testimony from the pastor's wife. We had talked about it.
Objection. Hearsay.
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay, questions withdrawn, or objection withdrawn?
Well,
Can I answer it differently?
I asked you if this area was required by the zoning ordinance, and I think you were telling me about that.
Yes, and that was where we proposed it, and that's where our immediate abutter wanted to see it. It's kept. So it was never changed.
Okay. Now, just showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 19A, just generically, can you tell us what this is?
It's a permit submittal requirement. Unlike the color perspectives, it is a required permit submittal elevations that the city requires in the design review district.
All right, and so this depicts each of the sides of the building?
That's correct, each of the elevations. And the material spec for the exterior treatments.
Okay. All right, and then in the book that you've got, just to tie some things in and identify them. If you would turn to Exhibit 15.
I have it.
All right, was that the original permit application?
Yes, it was.
And then Exhibit 16 is what we've been looking at that. Exhibit 17, drawing C1 existing conditions plan. That's the one we've been doing some testimony about.
Yes.
That's not been amended.
That's correct.
All right, then Exhibit 18 is the site plan as originally submitted, correct?
That's correct.
And that is Exhibit C3, or drawing C3.
Correct.
And that's been amended, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It's been changed to show the northwesternmost 2 parking spaces deleted as a condition of the DRB on the most recent site plan approved by the zoning administrator as a minor amendment, and the angle parking as shown has been reversed to be northbound.
All right, and it's been replaced by Exhibit 33, is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
33. And then Exhibit 19, we've been talking about Exhibit 19A, which is 4 elevations, and the original Exhibit 19 was 3 elevations, correct?
That's correct.
Besides the addition of the other elevation, is there any difference between Exhibit 19 and Exhibit 19A?
Yes, the items that I enumerated as being changes that we made in concert with the DAB and the DRB, those design changes are reflected on the more recent elevations.
So for example, Exhibit 19 shows rectangular grills in the, rather than the elliptical
Correct.
grills.
And it shows shakes in the gables rather than the lap siding that we currently show. And the end-to-end entrance treatments are different as well.
Okay. Then Exhibit 28. I'm sorry, Exhibit 29. These are minutes of the City Council meeting, and if you would turn to page 6 of those minutes. Between page 6 and page 10, we have consider approval of parking sidewalk agreement for 13 Maiden Lane, correct?
Yes.
And there are 9 numbered items on that page, page 6.
Who's Dominic Cloud?
Who is Dominic Cloud?
The city manager.
And does this outline the conditions and terms of the arrangement that you reached with the city council respecting the parking?
Yes.
And although those particular minutes just show it, the discussion carried until later, it was ultimately approved, correct?
Yes, it was.
And then Exhibit 30,
This was a discussion when we were proposing southbound angle parking, but the same terms continued for the northbound spaces.
all right, and then Exhibit 30 is what?
This is the draft minutes of the meeting at which the city council voted unanimously to approve of the reversal of direction of Maiden Lane and the approval of our rights to create the angle parking, northbound angle parking.
All right. And Exhibit 31, what is that?
Upon receipt of the city council approval, we then filed with the zoning administrator as directed by the DRB for a minor amendment approval for the angle parking and also for the housekeeping issue of deleting the 2 parking spaces in the northwest corner of the rear parking lot and creation of green space in that area as directed by the DRB condition.
And this application refers to sheets C2 and C3 last revised 4/17/14. Are those Exhibits 32 and 33?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 34?
That is the permit notice for the zoning administrator's minor amendment approval.
And right in the middle of that permit notice, there's a line that says appeal by
5614.
All right. And then earlier we've discussed Exhibit 49 from the zoning administrator.
That's the zoning administrator's certification that no appeals were filed on that permit.
Okay. Now, Mr. Connor, did you take into account the traffic that was going to be generated by this site?
We did with respect to knowing that it was comparable to what would have been there historically.
All right, if you would turn to Exhibit 27. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Who prepared it?
Ruggiano Engineering.
Did you prepare it?
No, I did not.
All right, look at Exhibit 26. Is Exhibit 26 prepared by Ruggiano Engineering?
Yes, and this document was submitted to the DRB.
Okay. So, Exhibit 27, what does Exhibit 27 set out?
That was prepared at my request with respect to this litigation so that I could understand what capital P permitted uses have as, in general, as ITE peak hour trip rates per 1,000 feet. With my general understanding of the law being that we should be granted a conditional use if there are many matter-of-fact capital P permitted uses in the zoning district that are allowed as a matter of right. So I wanted to have this information to be able to get a general idea of what types of intensity of uses could happen on a site of this size if we were not doing something as innocuous as an office or medical office.
Okay, and did you draw any conclusions about the traffic that would be generated by your proposed use versus the traffic that would be generated by other permitted uses on the site?
I did, and I'd have to get my files to get that.
Okay, Your Honor, if we could take a 30-second break, if that...
Or if you just hand me the box.
Yeah, let's see if we can finish at least with direct examination before we get back to the business.
All right.
I have my notes.
So I think my question was, did you compare the intensity of traffic impact for the uses that you proposed in comparison to some of the other permitted uses?
Yes, I believe it was Exhibit 26, which compared club use to worst-case medical office, which is in the late high 40s range, peak hour trips. And in our experience, we have done branch bank buildings and in the neighborhood of 3,000 feet and convenience stores in the range of 3,000, 4,000 square feet. Those are, I believe, both capital P permitted uses in the B1 zoning district. And using the IT numbers in the chart in Exhibit 27, we assume that even buildings this small, a bank could be in the neighborhood of 53 peak hour trips. and note that that would be for a walk-in bank, not for a bank with a drive-through, because we believe it would be one tenant in a multi-tenant building, so it would be a piece of the building. And we believe that a convenience store in the neighborhood of 4,000 feet would actually generate a considerably greater amount, almost 3 or 4 times the amount that we're projecting of 145 trips per peak hour. We also
No,
have...
I'm afraid I lost. What is the prediction, the peak hour prediction of traffic ends for the uses that you're proposing?
I believe it's addressed under Exhibit 26, and I believe it's in the range of 14 to 49.
So in Exhibit 26, it says a research development office, 14 trips, general office, 18 trips, clinic, 34.4 trips, medical dental office,
49. So
49 trips.
So it's a range of between 14 and 49, and we do not have any tenant commitments, so we don't know where we lie within that 14 to 49. But what I wanted to try to understand is what could other uses that are permitted uses be,
Okay.
as
and
we're now asking for this conditional use.
So
And,
a bank that would be a quarter, or in a third of the size of the building, would generate 53 trips?
correct, and a convenience store could be a third of the size of the building and generate 145 trips, so 3 times our worst case situation. We also have substantial experience in constructing drugstores and specialty retail stores.
And are those permitted uses?
Pardon?
Are those permitted uses?
Yes, they are. And that would be a specialty retail store, could be in the area of 78 trips, and a chain drugstore, which I am placing in the ITE category of discount supermarket, could generate 110 trips. Similar to the bank example cited above, a restaurant cafe has 1 tenant within a multi-tenant building, and assuming 2,500 square foot for such an occupancy, such as the restaurant Twigs that we went to lunch at, could generate 28 to 47 trips.
So then, as a summary statement, then comparing the traffic impact measured by peak hour trip ends, how does this compare with, how do your proposed uses compare with other permitted uses?
We would consider both our request for the permitted use office and the conditional use medical office to be low impact traffic generators.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, this concludes my direct testimony.
Okay. Let me just get your preliminary note on that.
Okay.
Excuse me, Sandy, I had trouble
You
with
said that in your assessment, the traffic impact of the proposed uses, I gather that would be assuming full occupancy of your building.
In the case of the examples that I gave, I was assuming a market type size. So in the case of a bank, 3,000 feet, a convenience store, 4,000 feet, and those are the numbers that I was
Okay.
factoring in, because the ITE table bases them on per 1,000 feet.
Yeah, and that your calculation is that the traffic impact of your planned uses for the facility would be lower than both those alternates and historic use when the Irish Pub was in operation. Is that what you were saying?
Correct. Substantially less.
Okay. Substantial. All right. So, I'm going to take a break.
That'd be great. And, Your Honor, I'm going to be discussing this with counsel. I think this is going to be okay. Mr. Ruggiano is also here today, and he's not able to come tomorrow. So I'm gonna actually propose, if that's okay, if you interrupt and have Mr. Roggiano testify and then
You
leave and
guys
resume with
discuss
Brett.
that, if that's okay with Mr. Gillis and his clients, then
If you could give me a break, I mean, in the break, I could accelerate a lot of this, I
Great,
Okay.
think. I
okay.
have some thoughts. As interesting as this has
Well,
been, I get the feeling that we're offering an awful lot of information that's unrelated to the appeal. And so I think it's easier if we concentrate on the issues rather than the whole application.
if you can discuss with Mr. Feed the possibility that, I think I understand what Mr. Feed is trying to do, and that is they want to touch all base.
I understand.
But if you can help us focus on the issues that are truly disputed, that sounds good. All right,
That
so,
would be my ambition.
okay, so stay in recess, quarter after or thereabouts, okay? You guys let Mrs. Chamberlain know when you're ready to go.
All right, thank you.
A terrible error we made. We have the judge's water judge. I don't know if there's different water in different ones, but. Is it better or worse? It may be the age, it's like fine wine. So Sue, you go first, and Peter, if you have something else to say, or you can say it better or a different way, then fine. Otherwise, we'll just pass. All right. Too much testosterone. The application is testosterone. Yeah.
Envision breaths and maintain the footprint. Real simple.
Yeah. Yeah. No, because it is, I mean,
Yeah.
just, this is the hard part, yeah, okay? It's like, I may even ask one question. What do you think of the proposed site traffic, or maybe a building, traffic, street?
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Oh, no. Oh, I thought you were inquiring about my health.
Well, I was always, you notice that everyone starts letters these days with, I hope you're well? You get that? It's a new thing.
I really hate to tell you this probably.
Well, I mean, I don't think it does anything for me. It's not sincere.
Yeah,
It's usually somebody that just stabbed me about 5 times. I hope you're well.
right. At least I don't get it. Say, I hope you're feeling better. No, how's that curse
We are.
Looks like we're not gonna use it.
Tom, I take those doors. I keep wanting to see a light space or something, but it's just but it's, that's what I would call a device. It doesn't do anything.
Break we finished the direct examination of Mr. Connor. Where do you gentlemen want to take us next?
I have a plan to expedite.
Okay?
And after discussion with my clients and with Mr. Feed, I've suggested that rather than having the entire case roll out as it's been done, that I would suspend and more than likely avoid having to cross-examine Fred Connor. That if we could, there's no sense in having the, I realize that Connor has an obligation to bear the burdens and provide all the evidence for all of the
Certainly
remaining
the
unanswered
initial burden
questions.
of production.
But we're prepared to waive any questions that he has not addressed yet, or we have not addressed yet.
Okay.
If my clients can each have 5 minutes on the stand, taken out of order, and that will provide Mr. Feed, if he feels necessary, to offer evidence on the other side of that. So we're sort of doing the same thing we did this morning. Because otherwise, we may be here a second day and there won't be any point to it, so.
Well, no, I think that's great. I mean, the provisions in just about any ordinance I've reviewed concerning site plan review and conditional use review, they're always very lengthy. And I can understand why they are, but boy, you can get bogged down in it. And yet, an applicant has the duty to at least present evidence on each and every one. So I appreciate you, but we have the benefit here, because we're on appeal, since even though it's a de novo hearing, it's de novo only upon the legal issues that have been challenged. And so I see your suggestion as a good one because it focuses us on those issues.
Thank you.
Now, with that said, Mr. Feed, you and your clients are good with this?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's do it.
Sue Print.
Okay.
Remember, you have to go around the back.
Yes.
We charge for it. Is there? Pressure drug is free. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You stand and raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, relative to the cause, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You are Sue Print,
I am.
and on this exhibit, which is 47, your home is here? I'm sorry,
It is.
here. You are one of the appellants.
Yes.
What is your reaction to the proposed new building?
I think it's completely disrespectful of the historic character both of the neighborhood and of that significant space there.
And what makes it disrespectful?
It is little more than a box with a couple of gables added. It is completely inappropriate in material because it does, everything else is brick on Maiden Lane. And the whole downtown basically is primarily brick. It doesn't in any way reflect the character of the property throughout the 2 centuries of Smith Homestead and Owl Club history, which forms a great part of the character of Maiden Lane and the library campus and the view shed from Taylor Park and where the fountain is, which was donated by the Smith family, and I suspect Maiden Lane may have even been named after the maidens of the fountain. I think it's completely disrespectful. I think it looks like a box, a box with a couple of things added to it to make it superficially look like an attempt has been made to satisfy the criterion, but it doesn't. I mean, it's clearly not architect designed, and it's in the wrong material, and it significantly affects the green space and layout of that property.
And your opinion of the traffic proposal, and particularly the parking proposal for Diag.
The parking proposal, again, the idea of adding more traffic, more cars parked and moving about on Maiden Lane is very foolish, I think. It's going to compromise our driveway. It's going to make Maiden Lane more dangerous for walkers and bikers. It is already, you can't tell from this image, which shows only 3 cars in our shared driveway with the multifamily house next door. But the fact is, there are always at least, I mean, I'm not sure, they must have really reached to find a day when they could find only 3 cars parked there. We have 3 people, 3 adults with cars living in our building. There are multiple adults with cars living in the Leahy property. There is almost always a big truck parked in the driveway at the narrow neck as passing the Leahy property. Getting out onto Maiden Lane is challenging. There is always, or frequently, there are cars parked on the opposite side in front of the driveway of the Fairpoint company. Fairpoint themselves parks there. It's a tricky driveway to get out of. If you add more traffic, it's going to become even more challenging. It is a lane. It's not really a street. It's only 1 block long. And even though the city doesn't acknowledge this and, you know, has accepted the Connors proposal, I think that's very irresponsible and very disrespectful. The whole thing is very disrespectful of our situation where we are living and trying to work on our property.
That's all I have, unless you have something else.
No, I just, you know, I would just like to say that I think the overarching question is, what was the intent of the statutes, the framers of the statutes, when they codified those rules for historic preservation? I mean, there is a reason for that. What did they have in mind? I mean, has this project respected and satisfied those rules? I don't think it has, and I think it does a tremendous disservice to the process, allowing that decision to stand as was. And going forward, it establishes a terrible precedent regarding historic preservation if they're allowed to build a clapboard box and significantly change Maiden Lane to suit their private purposes without challenge.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mrs. Pratt, referring you to the existing conditions plan. Exhibit 17. Can you see that?
No, not at all.
Can you see it now?
Oh, I can see it. I can't
There's
make out the print, so I'm not sure
Okay,
what everything is.
There's a small
Oh, there
version
is,
here
okay.
in the book.
Thank you, that would probably be helpful. Ah, thank you.
Okay?
Okay.
And just to orient you, then, the way that you're looking at it across the top is Congress Street. You see this? Across the top is Congress Street.
Oh, this is Congress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Here's Maiden Lane here.
Okay.
Okay? You oriented to it
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
Okay. Across Maiden Lane from the library and the Connor building is a building, correct?
That's correct.
And wouldn't you agree with me that it's brick on the bottom and another material on the top?
It is brick on the bottom, and
Yeah,
it is another material on the top.
Okay. And do you know if the other material is clapboard or is it just sort of a stucco material?
I don't honestly know.
Okay.
Are you talking about the property that's identified on Exhibit 17 as Danforth Properties, or
No, the property that's identified as Roscoe Properties.
was that?
Existing apartment building across Maiden Lane. Okay. All right. Your house isn't brick, is it?
Our house isn't on Maiden Lane.
Okay. Your garage isn't brick either.
It's not on Maiden Lane either.
Okay. It joins this property,
It adjoins whose property?
the Connors property.
It does,
Okay.
at the back.
The Fairpoint building down the street, right?
Yes.
So you can't really quite make it out here, but it's on Exhibit 47. It's just off the upper left-hand side, correct?
Yes.
And that's, it looks like an industrial sort of building, doesn't it?
It's an ugly building.
Okay. It's got a big grill on the front of it?
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Okay. And, you've been in the building, in your house, about 30 years, right?
32 years, I believe.
Okay. And when you moved in, the Owls Club was a going concern, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
And, was there a liquor license for that?
I believe they did have a liquor license.
And did they rent the place out for parties?
Yes, I think they did.
And did those parties go into the evening?
They were primarily on weekends and were never much of a problem for us because they only took place afternoon and evenings on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay.
And we felt that we were being good neighbors by tolerating whatever was going on during that time.
Okay.
Because the property was a nice house.
Okay. And are you willing to tolerate an office use of the common property?
Oh, we would tolerate an office use of the Connor property if it was an appropriate redevelopment.
Okay. And you'll agree with me, won't you, that the city of St. Albans establishes what's appropriate by its zoning ordinances, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And the city of St. Albans has approved a number of things that would make this building a lot worse, don't they?
As I say, two wrongs do not make a right.
Yes, but in terms of establishing the community standards and priorities, the city of St. Albans has spoken in its zoning ordinance and in its decision to make Maiden Lane one way the other way.
Yes, but that doesn't make them correct.
Okay.
And in this case, they're not even respecting their own rules.
And when you moved in, wasn't Maiden Lane two-way?
When we moved in, yes, I believe it was. And it changed when they added traffic on both sides. It was only one side parking. They changed the parking, and when they changed the parking, they made it one way. When they added parking on both sides, that's correct.
Okay. So when...
What, pardon me? I think because there was so much competition for parking there. It was library and everything. I think it was when the library was converted, and there was clearly parking problems. I think the parking solution that had been worked out for the library was poor, and the solution they came up with was adding more parking directly on Maiden Lane and then making it a one-way. I think.
It's quite all right. And Ms. Brent, you understand that the zoning ordinance would allow no parking, would allow the Connors to develop their property with no parking on site. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do understand that.
And it certainly is a big help to the neighborhood, assuming that this building is going to be used for something, to have parking on site.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
On site.
Okay. And there's parking on the street now?
There is parking on the street now, but what they are proposing to have is over 40 dedicated spaces for their own purposes, which suggests to me that it's going to be a pretty active place. Nothing like the Owl Club ever was. Why do they need over 40 dedicated parking spaces if it's going to be such a low activity area? Sorry, I don't think they need the parking on the street.
Okay.
I think they're only doing that because they don't want to build an elevator.
Uh-huh.
And I think that the statutes protect the historic value of the house and its importance, and I think my reading of the statutes is that the highest priority should be preservation of the historic building. If that's not possible, then a maintenance of the property as nearly as possible to its historic purpose or to its historic significance, and that includes maintaining the property, the perimeters in their as they were historically. And you know, this is the big stumbling block here, is the Connors don't want to build an elevator. They want to save money on that. I'm sympathetic, but they knew what they were getting into. They had been negotiating on behalf of the library years before that with the Heels. They knew all the historic rules and what was going to be expected of them. They walked into this with their eyes open, but they fully expected that they were going to just be able to go through, push through this project, and you know, they've almost done it. Maybe they will, but it doesn't respect the law. It doesn't respect the rules. It doesn't protect precedent. It doesn't protect the other historic properties from a similar assault.
Now, let me see if I understand this. You think that the Connors should be denied parking on Maiden Lane because it just serves their commercial purposes. And one of the important reasons why you think that is because you think it will threaten your convenience in getting in and out of your driveway. Do I have that correct?
Not exactly. Would you like me to restate that, what I do mean? I do not think they shouldn't have any parking on Maiden Lane. I think existing parking, the existing number of parking spaces should be there. They should be available to the people who you know, who come and go to Connors project, but not necessarily dedicated, because other people in the community need to use those spaces. They have practically 40 spaces on their own property, which I think should be more than adequate if they would build the kind of building that would support that number of parking places. I have my concerns about the parking. Definitely have something to do with access to my own property, but my overarching issue would not have been with access to the ease of access to my property if they had been respectful of the process and satisfied the rules, and if everything had been done with respect to the previous building and respect to the property lines and respect to the neighborhood, we wouldn't be here.
Do you understand that the zoning ordinance would allow them to build a building that went to the property lines all the way around the project without any green space?
I know that.
Without any parking. And that, in contrast to that, they've offered a building that's smaller than what's there, on a smaller footprint than what's there, with high-quality parking that doesn't flood the library and their building, that they are proposing to increase the number of spaces of parking available in an area that is not have enough parking to allow the patrons of the library to also have parking. And yet you think that this is contrary to the best interest of the neighborhood and the city, is that?
May I respond before I forget where you've been?
Hold up just a second. I've got to interrupt, and I apologize. But I think we're getting a little off track here. Our respective roles in this room are there. I need to collect evidence and then render a determination. And I have the utmost respect for your opinions, Ms. Brent, because you live in this neighborhood and I don't. I don't know you do. But what I need from all witnesses is some facts. You say they have disrespected the process and stuff like that. That doesn't give me anything that I can rely on.
I understand.
In decision. And similarly, I would like all parties, including you, Mr. P, to help. I think we've got an issue focused here now of what's to be decided, and specifically as to at least focusing on the site plan and conditional use application. It's whether the proposed new building, leaving aside for the moment the demolition issue, whether the proposed new building satisfies the specific criteria of the ordinance. We have thankfully gone away from a process that perhaps existed in zoning law 60 or 70 years ago. Mr. Gillis can perhaps tell us about this, where land use determinations were decided on, well, I don't like it, I think it's ugly. To having standards that give people fair notice of how their projects are going to be judged, and neighbors fair notice on how projects should be judged. And then it's my job to fulfill that. We've got the applicant's presentation. They feel very strong that they have more than satisfied the ordinance provisions, and I respect their opinion on that. My job, and certainly your job, isn't to convince any of the convoys that you're right and they're wrong. That will never happen.
No, I know.
The inverse will never happen either. All right? I need facts, though.
I believe there is one of the statutes specifically, I think if Mr. Feed could, not Mr. Feed, Mr. Gillis could hand me what was circled, what we circled a little earlier in red. In the bylaws, in the land use rules, it says something about being harmonious with the neighborhood. It's not. It's just not.
Anything further, Mr. Feed?
Yes, if I could just clarify that little piece of it.
It is section 603.4A.
Thank you. Harmonious relationship between proposed uses and existing adjacent uses. It's not.
603.4A. Okay, great.
And to clarify, a use as an office is consistent with the other uses in the neighborhood, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. There isn't an office for comparison. I'm comparing the use as a new built. I think uses is more than just what goes on inside. I may be mistaken, but I don't think, because we don't have, I don't know, I don't feel it's harmonious with the existing adjacent uses. I don't. I think if they are envisioning something where there's going to be 40 cars coming and going, maybe for appointments, no. I don't think it's going to be harmonious.
The dentist's office on Congress Street, that's across the street from the Connor property.
In an historic house that has been restored properly.
Okay, but it's an office use, and it's a medical clinic use under the zoning. And what the use that the Connors have proposed is similar to that, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No.
Okay. And the Fairpoint building at the end of Maiden Lane is a combination of office and some sort of service and industrial building, isn't it?
Well, let me put it this way. If one building that was constructed when people were not, when these statutes, I'm assuming those statutes were not in place when that building was constructed. If a bad project has been approved and constructed, does that mean that ever forward the community's efforts to preserve historic buildings should be set aside in that, and instead the one building that is completely out of character sets the standard for the remainder of the block? Do you think that's right?
You can't ask questions.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to answer his question, but the only way I can do it is with a question.
This is an artificial exercise. We could have a great discussion on the sidewalk, but
Well, okay, then my view is that one inappropriate construction should not set the standard for the entire historic district.
So other than the section of the zoning ordinance that you just referred to, relating to harmonious uses, being section 603.4A of the zoning ordinance, it's reproduced in Exhibit 43. Are there any, and I understand the demolition of historic buildings section that we've had a lot of hearings about, are there any other parts of the land use, land development regulations that you believe the Connors application does not meet?
I have to say I'm not familiar enough with other statutes to say.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
I just have a couple of questions for you, just to
Certainly.
clear up. Now, your home is on Bank Street,
It faces on Bank Street.
but you drive in and out via
Maiden Lane.
That's where you park the car?
Yeah.
And is that building behind your house, that's
That's a stone carriage house. It's an historic building,
is
too.
that-
As a studio, an art studio.
Okay, so that, when you said live and work on the property,
That's
what
what,
do you do in the carriage house?
molding and casting.
I'm sorry?
Molding and casting. Making molds and casting.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me just. Do you do that as a hobby or?
No, 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 we do that as a business.
Okay. All right. And so that's a drive you share with the
With the Leahy.
occupants of the Leahy.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you travel in both directions on that drive, or do you have?
Yeah, you have to,
back out?
you have to, well, sometimes, frequently, we have to back out because if people park everywhere in that driveway, unlike that picture. There are people who park on both sides of the driveway, by the library, by the Leahy's building, down by the Leahy's building, because there are a lot of adult
Sometimes that
occupants.
forces you to back out onto the
Yeah,
main
oh,
line?
frequently, and in winter, it's a killer, especially when Fairpoint parks a truck opposite.
Yeah, yeah. Now, one component, if I understand it correctly, of the Connor Group's proposal is to, widen at least a portion of Maiden Lane. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't think that's the solution for Maiden Lane, quite frankly. Because the thing is, if you're adding more,
Let's, excuse me for the introduction, but let's not jump.
well, widening it, okay.
Whether it's a solution or not. Tell me what your thoughts are
Well,
before you come in.
Okay, all right. My thoughts are that widening is not going to do it because if you have diagonal parking, you've got cars coming out, backing out, and backing out from diagonal parking inevitably requires a more sight room. And, you know, if you're backing out and you're competing with diagonally parked cars, I'm no traffic expert, but the parking situation already is challenging. I think adding more cars will just make it more challenging. Widening it will,
Parking situation where is changing.
yeah, it's
Where? Maiden Lane or?
on Maiden Lane, our driveway in general, because there's just a lot of competition for that
There's a lot of
laneway.
traffic.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I wish they would return to one-sided parking, but that's not going to happen, I realize that. I just don't think that we should go, you know, and I've argued this with the city. The city wants to do what they want to do, and I don't have a lot of power over that. But I think it's going to make it more dangerous for kids coming to the library, you know, with all this diagonal parked cars there, because kids, you know, skateboard, roller skate, bicycle, you know, they make a quick turn up Bank Street on their way, you know. I don't know, I think all this diagonal parking is probably not a good idea.
The library
I know.
sees it as a remedy to their own problem.
Well, you know, everybody sees it their way, but if you want my opinion, I think it's a recipe for disaster, and you know, of course, nobody's really been concerned about our difficulty competing for exit from our driveway, but, you know, that's even a secondary question to, you know.
Cars on average are going in and out of your yard.
Okay, well, we have 3 cars, because my son, my husband, and I, because my son works in our studio. There's 3, there's the big, there's like a construction truck that parks alongside the Leahy's house. There's Dustin Degree's pickup truck, big pickup truck. His girlfriend's car, what's her name's car? Probably there have to be 5 vehicles for the Leahy's property and 3 for ours. But they're, you know, they come and go, and, you know, everybody's got their own schedule, so. Plus, we do have visitors that come to the studio to work or to, you know, get stuff done, so.
How many cars do you estimate coming in and out of the library each day?
That I honestly don't know. I'm up the other end of the driveway. I'm not the person to be able to answer that.
That's all I have. Mr. Gillis?
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Feed, you all set? In light of my questions, and that will be the only scope.
Yeah. Do you receive deliveries
We only in the front.
only in the front?
Yeah, because there's no way that we can receive deliveries off of Maiden Lane. You can't even turn a truck on Maiden Lane because it's so narrow.
And so do you ship things from your house as well?
From the front, UPS.
You're in the front of the home,
Yeah,
on Bank Street.
yeah.
Now, your home is not in the B1 business district.
It is it's in a mixed-use district. It's business and residential. I don't know what the code is, but I know it's business and residential.
Right.
The city can tell you what it is.
Isn't your home in the high-density residential district?
No, it's partially, yeah, it's business also.
Okay.
I mean, I know that because the city has, you know, we've been operating our business there for over 20 years and, you know,
Did
file
you-
regularly with the city, and they know
Did
we're
you
there.
ever have to apply for site plan approval to operate your business at your house?
No. I don't even remember, it's so long ago. It's not a huge business in any case. It's,
And you say that besides you using your house for your business uses, there are other people that come and use your studio?
no, there are clients who come and bring projects that they want us to mold and cast. Yeah, they come and go. People dropping things off. Those generally go into the driveway because they're bringing them to my husband in the studio.
Are there any windows in the carriage house on the first floor,
Yes,
on the side that face the Connor property?
yes.
On the first floor?
I think there are. I can't even remember. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't picture it. We don't keep anything open there, so I couldn't tell you.
Nothing from there.
You all set? Right, please step down. Thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Peter Ford.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give relative to the house will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
I do.
You are Peter Ford?
Yes, I am.
Robert Appellate?
Yes, I am.
You reside.
I reside at 59 Congress Street.
Is it on that, is that,
It doesn't go
Mirror?
up, no, neither view shows,
Congress
what
would
do
be on the right?
we have here?
Malcolm.
Oh.
Lincoln, I guess.
Yeah, no, it doesn't show.
Are you
No, it
beyond
doesn't-
Lincoln?
Doesn't go far enough.
Okay. What is your view of the structure being proposed by the county?
I'm afraid that it's simply not in keeping either with the kinds of buildings in the neighborhood and the whole sense of what historic preservation requires, if it's going to be at all meaningful. The Connors are proposing an office building that I believe would be suitable in, I've called it publicly, a Williston building. It's not something that belongs in the historic portion of St. Albans.
Okay. And what's your view of the parking and the diagonal parking and the,
Now, we talking about the same view? When you first asked the question, I thought you were asking Mr. Ford about the physical.
no, I was talking about it in a, this is
My,
You had it right now.
my
Sorry
opinion.
about that.
The problem with the Connors proposal in terms of parking is that their proposal would require that the fairly substantial front lawn of the existing Smith residence be taken up by diagonal parking places, which would eliminate the whole sense of the Smith homestead being a homestead with a front lawn, a front door, and other landscaping amenities. Additionally, the Connors proposal will basically take up most of the side lawn as well. I think the view that's shown is an existing view, and if one sees the proposal, it goes quite far to the property line of the library, but more importantly, would take up a lot of the side yard that is currently a fairly substantial lawn. So we would lose the front lawn. I'm talking about the south. No, the south side. The south side, which shows a fairly substantial open space now, would be building, as I understand it. So we would lose the front lawn, we would lose the side lawn. And the rest of the property would be building and parking lot. So I don't see much for landscaping amenities. Additionally, and I really do want to point this out because I think this is significant, the Connor building, unlike, and I wish we could see the view of the schematic of the building itself.
we can. The colored version?
It doesn't matter, the plain is fine.
Exhibit 16.
All right, the Connor building, what's actually better on the black and white drawing, shows that, there we are.
Exhibit 19A?
Unless this has been revised, I don't know. This is the one that we saw at the Planning Commission. Is this the most recent?
Final approved.
This is it. Shows on the Congress Street side that, well, first of all, this is now going to be basically a hillside house, which means that because of the elevation, because of the way the property falls, there will be an upper level and a lower level. The upper level will be at the parking lot level. The lower level will be at the street level. So one has a hillside house with no entrance, with no front entrance on Congress Street, unlike every other house on Congress Street. So, no, there is a door on the old building, but that's it. It's not an entrance per se. But this certainly will not even have that, as far as I can tell. I don't see any on the drawing. So what we're creating is a different kind of architecture for that particular site and consequently for the street.
Unless you have something else?
I do. I want to say something else about the parking and the traffic, if I may. We now have Ace Hardware at the bottom of Congress Street, which is generating a lot of traffic already because there will be delivery trucks going into that property, coming out on Congress Street, and general traffic as a result of the Ace Hardware store. It's a large building. As a result, a lot of the traffic, and this is even before Ace, a lot of the traffic that currently tries to enter Main Street at the corner of Main and Congress Street has to wait. There is no light. There is no stop sign. There's nothing. There's no indication of one bit of traffic allowing another bit of traffic to proceed. So it's a free-for-all. And as a result, much of the traffic that wants to go down Congress Street and go onto Main Street has to bypass all of that by going on Maiden Lane. So we already have Maiden Lane as a significant traffic bypass for the city. We'll have even more now with both the ACE existing and now this proposal, and we will have all of that complicated by the fact that we'll have diagonal parking, which is very difficult to get in and out of, with traffic still flowing along a street. So we've created, I'm sorry to say, the most unfortunate of situations where the lot and the historic building, which is all we care about, could work so well with a little addition perhaps, respecting the existing history, respecting the existing look of the adjacent buildings and the neighborhood, which would have 37 parking spaces, unheard of for that kind of proximity to Main Street, and that should satisfy anyone, I would think. I think anything else is just overreaching, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is happening at the Congress and Main.
Yes.
Which is the top right-hand edge of Exhibit 47.
Yes.
Off the edge, right?
Yes.
What you're saying is that traffic now, instead of, as it comes in a westerly direction on Congress Street to get to Main Street, that traffic is now turning onto Maiden Lane and heading south.
That's correct.
Correct? So that, won't that problem be alleviated when Maiden Lane is going north and they won't be able to turn there?
No, it won't be alleviated because no one wants to go down to the corner of Congress and Main Street because they take their life in their hands trying to make a left-hand turn, certainly, and even a right-hand turn without some sort of traffic signal. So everyone wants to turn, if they're going south of, anywhere south in the village,
Sure.
Everyone wants to turn on Maiden Lane.
Right.
I don't think you understood Mr. turning south on Maiden Lane under the current proposal, again, adopted by the select board, would be illegal.
That's correct.
So, I think
Is
it's
that-
asking, what about that?
Is that an improvement? Is that what you're asking?
Well, it's
No.
going to,
Yeah, I heard an answer. Simply, isn't that, won't that restrict people's ability to travel south on Maiden Lane? Or do you think people will still do it?
Well, yes, you're right. If that's the objective, you're absolutely right. They won't be able to turn south on Maiden Lane. But that doesn't necessarily alleviate the need for some sort of other access from Congress Street south of the village, because they're not going to go down to Main Street if they know what's good for them.
okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
And you don't have any expertise in traffic engineering?
I have no expertise in traffic engineering.
And you haven't done any kind of traffic study, evaluated the,
Just,
anything?
I just know anecdotally, trying to get out of my house, go down Congress Street and enter Main Street, what the problems are.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear you say that you had any parking or traffic issues with respect to the proposed on-site parking.
I think the on-site parking is there in large part and would be expanded. I'm kind of sorry that some of it or more of it isn't given over to the library, which does desperately need more parking, but so be it. But I see what it is. I mean, it's going to dump much more traffic out onto Congress Street, which is not the best thing in the world. Congress Street is one of the two major east-west roads passing through the village now. So those are how people get through the city. They take Congress and Fairfield.
Okay. But just so we're clear, you don't have a problem with the manner of access, ingress and egress, traffic flow
In that
from the
park,
on-site parking
in
out
the
onto
on-site
Congress?
parking lot? No, it's not an issue for me, except for the number of additional cars that will be generated onto Congress Street.
Okay.
But the configuration of the parking lot, no, it is what it is, I think.
Okay. How long have you lived in your house?
I've lived there since 2006.
Okay. And when you moved into your house, was the Owl Club an ongoing?
No, by that time it had been basically abandoned. However, the building was in very good shape because I knew several people who looked at it as recently as the end of, that would be 2012. The Connors purchased in beginning of 2013, I think, or thereabouts. So in other words, the historic building was intact. And people I knew had plans for a readaptive use of the building. But that never materialized because the Connors bought it.
And you recall the testimony in the exhibits that showed that it was condemned 3 times.
Yes, I do. I was on the planning commission at that time, and at least for one of those. And as I say, I knew people who were in the building, who in fact intended to purchase the building, and they were perfectly able to deal with whatever problems the fire marshal raised.
Well, wait a minute, they didn't buy it.
They didn't buy it because the Connors bought it out from under them, I understand.
I've got to come into this about talking about people who aren't here.
Fine.
I'm
going
going to strike those references to other people. If they're here, we can hear from them. But otherwise, we can't consider out-of-court statements not made on the road by people who are not subject to cross-examination.
You agree with me that one of the fixtures of Main Street in St. Albans is angled parking?
Is angled parking?
Yeah.
Angled parking is a problem no, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree that there's angled parking on Main Street?
I agree with you that there's angled parking on Main Street.
Right,
You're saying is it a fixture on Main Street? Is that what you mean?
Is it present on Main Street?
Oh, is it present on Main Street? Yes. Is it something to be replicated? I thought that was the questions.
No, I just
Fine.
said, isn't it true that there's that there's angled parking on Main Street?
Yes, there is.
And,
Though some of that has been eliminated in terms of the new streetscape in front of the park.
okay. Can you refer the court to any specific provision of the land development regulations that you believe the Connors proposed development is not in compliance with?
Well, we've already discussed this, but it's again Section 7, which talks about the historic preservation
The demolition permit side of things?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Any other specific provision relating to the new construction?
Oh, to the new construction?
Yes.
Well, quite frankly, yes, I think all of that Section 7 talks about if demolition, then after demolition, something appropriate to the spirit of the building that existed. That's not going to be this. So, yes, I mean, clearly there is a whole section, and there's beginning language at the very beginning of the city regulations, which talk about the importance of historic preservation, the importance of working within the spirit of historic preservation in those cases where it arises. And this does not do that, I'm afraid.
And can you refer me to a provision in the land development regulations that the proposed use and, let's start with the proposed use or uses, fails to comply?
The proposed uses would be consistent with the zoning. That's not a
Okay.
problem.
Can you tell me which specific requirements, not general requirements like, you know, well, I know, what specific provisions of land development regulations does the application not comply with?
Section 7.
Which subsection of section 7?
Section 7, the section that we've all cited, 706, I believe.
The part relating to demolition?
Exactly.
Okay. I'm not talking about demolition. I'm talking about the new one, the new part.
It doesn't matter. It just triggers that section if demolition is being proposed. The language is clear whether there is demolition or whether there is a new, whether there's no demolition required. There has to be some sort of building or renovation or readaptive use within keeping regarding the historic criteria of this community. That's what they're talking about.
So if you would turn to Exhibit 44 in the book. On page 718 and 719, we have the sections relating to demolition of historic structures.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the section that you're saying the Connors application does not conform with?
That would be it, because it would require demolition. Now, if they wanted to do a readaptive use, then the other sections of Section 8, subsections A, B, C, and D would come into play, which talk about rehab, additions to historic structures, historic commercial structures. All of those would then come into play. But they're not interested in that because they told our board that they're not. They were interested only in demolition.
Correct.
And they used as the basis for demolition the fact that over the last several years, there were reports by the fire marshal that the building was in imminent danger of collapse.
Yes, and we've had a lot of expert testimony
Indeed.
about it, right?
Yes.
But that's the only section, right? Given that the Connors have applied to demolish the existing building.
Yes.
And build this new building, that's the only section of the land development regulations that you're referring us to,
Yes, I believe so.
that you say that the Connors are not compliant.
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions.
All right, then, you step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, thanks so much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Let me just catch up on my notes, folks.
Well,
Trying to figure out.
Mr. Gillis, anything
no,
further?
even though we're out of order here, we rest.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Fee?
Your Honor, I know that,
Suggest we do.
that everybody turns into a ghost at 4:30 in many courthouses
Yeah,
and in many
Yep.
courtrooms, and it's 4:20.
yeah.
Does this court, in this courtroom, close right at 4:30, or is there a possibility of
Well,
going a few more minutes?
They've been accommodating, but I'm concerned about starting another witness. No offense, Mr. Ruggiero, but particularly an engineer who I assume would be providing substantive testimony that would be worthy of cross-examination. So I leave it to you, sir. I mean, I have in mind the testimony from the prior hearings, which the
Yes.
court gave notice
Yes.
that it's going to rely on, but what's your suggestion?
I'd like to call Mr. Reggiano. I'm going to ask him whether the design conforms with engineering standards with respect to traffic, drainage, and
Let's see how much of that we can get through.
Promise to be short if I have to do any cross.
Okay, all right, very good.
You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give relative to the cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Sam Ruggiano with Ruggiano Engineering, 5 Lake Street, St. Albans.
What's your profession?
I'm a professional civil engineer,
How long have you been a civil engineer?
almost 30 years.
And are you licensed to practice that
Yeah.
profession?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the St. Albans land development regulations?
Yes, I am.
Have you prepared applications for different kinds of developments in St. Albans?
Yes, I have.
How many over your career? More than 100?
Probably, yes.
And were you involved with the Connors proposed project?
Yes, I would have been.
And were the drawings that support the application and the application for minor site plan prepared in your office, under your supervision, and sealed by you.
Yes,
So you're the engineer of record for these plans.
correct.
And have you determined whether the parking and traffic access conform with professional engineering standards and the permit requirements for the city of St. Albert?
Yes, I have.
Do they conform?
Yes.
Have you evaluated whether the drainage, storm drainage, for the proposed development as depicted on the exhibits and plans conform with standard engineering practice and the requirements of the city of St. Albans?
Yes, I have.
Did you make an evaluation, I believe it's Exhibit 26 and Exhibit 27 relate to the traffic count information.
Correct.
What is the IT?
The Institute of Traffic Engineers.
And do they have a manual that relates to traffic counts?
Yes, they do.
How, is that manual the standard for traffic engineering determinations of trip ends relating to particular uses?
That is the main manual that is used by traffic engineers, yes.
Huh. And Exhibit 26 is a calculation. What is Exhibit 26?
Exhibit 26 is determining trip ends using the ITE trip generation manual for the existing uses that were at the Owls Club and potential proposed uses for the Connor project.
And how do they compare?
They compare very closely. I mean, one of the things that we did is we did an average if the building was to be broken up into various uses. We did an average for the existing, which was 29.4 trips, and for the proposed uses, 28.9 trips, which is about a 1.7% decrease. And then we analyzed it as taking the maximum use and that each building could have, and it was completely used as that, existing use, and the maximum if the Connors were going to lease out the entire building for medical or dental office, and it ended up being a approximately 3.7, is that increase, or
as I read it, it says 4.9%.
trips is what I was thinking, but yeah, 4.9%.
And so you're saying that would be 3 trips?
Yeah, 3 trips.
3 trips.
3.7, yep.
So that would be
Insignificant.
three cars moving in or out.
No, a trip is a car going in.
Right.
A second trip would be that same car leaving.
Okay. So 3 transits of the driveway.
Correct.
And in your professional opinion, that is not significant? Is that what I heard you say?
Correct.
There's another way of saying it, that the project will not contribute significantly to the existing traffic flows in comparison with its existing use.
Correct. That's if they use the maximum use here.
And did you hear Mr. Connor's testimony that using Exhibit 27, that comparing the proposed use with other permitted uses, that the proposed use has a equal or much less than impact than the other permitted uses?
Absolutely, yes.
Nothing further.
No question.
Is that the quickest you're going to come on this?
I think so, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
All right, anything further?
Your Honor, at this point, let me just check, but I think we're left to rest. My team says we're resting.
All right, good. Well, and Mr. Gross, is the division?
No, I don't know if we're going to talk about whether the court would find an advantage to post-trial those findings.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it if it would be of no use to you, but if it would, sometimes we can focus on what has been a long and exhausting day, and I would propose 2 weeks.
Your Honor, it is often helpful to have a closing conclusion. This matter has been extraordinarily expensive for my client. And what I would propose in the alternative is we have all, everybody in this room has set aside tomorrow for a trial. Perhaps we could meet either here or down in chambers and have oral argument in lieu of briefing and that sort of thing. Or whatever will be helpful to Your Honor. That's my thought.
Well, you throw out a few thoughts I did there. I find written materials helpful because I can read them, reread them, put sticky notes on them, highlighting stuff, and then read my own better. So that, I'm inclined to go that way. Let me say this. I am obligated to make my determinations based upon the evidence that's been presented, and only that. And we've had a fair amount of factual testimony and other evidence, and we've had some opinion evidence as well. Opinion evidence can be helpful, provided there is some foundation for it. And to the extent that a foundation is there, I rely on the foundation in determining if I agree with the opinion that's been rendered or not. When a foundation is lacking, I'm kind of like, well, I found that person believable, they seem sincere and credible, but if I don't have the foundational evidence, I have trouble. In relying upon that for my own independent determination. The pending application falls into a couple components. There is, of course, the request to demolish this undisputably significant historic structure. In making that determination, I'm going to rely only upon the evidence that's been presented, of course, and including that evidence that was taken during the, what do we have, 3-day hearing? 4-day hearing on the motion for stay, where I ultimately made a ruling. And so I'm going to revisit that evidence and make a final determination, but I'm concerned about the basis for an outcome on the demolition permit that's different than what I previously ruled. I have not, for example, received testimony that rebuts the presentation that the Connors put on, that there is significant, and my word, perhaps overwhelming infestation of mold in this building. That one thing that I was curious about, and that is whether there's a contractor out there that would not only take on this responsibility of removing the mold infestation from this building, but would then stand behind her or his work and say, you no longer have a mold problem. You are not at risk of having employees sickened by this. And the state has some experience in it. I mean, all of us have some experience in that. And that concerns me greatly. It concerns me that this very significant, important historic structure was most likely lost about 15, 20 years ago. And I wish that didn't occur. Because one thing that this proceeding has confirmed for me is that the Smith House is a important and significant, or was an important and significant historic structure. I don't know what its integrity is now. The evidence that was presented today didn't get me any closer to making a determination on that. So I throw that out to you. Now, with that, I'm more inclined to say rather that I would find more helpful written findings, and I regret if that causes even, because that will cause even more expense to the parties. But you pose the question, so I'll answer it. I'd find that more helpful than oral arguments. The sooner that they are submitted, the sooner I can begin my deliberations.
Your Honor, in terms of written submissions to you, then they could come in several different ways. And one way would be proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Another way would be a post-trial memorandum or brief, or both. I mean, that's the range.
Sometimes those filings, and I speak from my own experience, and I committed this error too, sometimes they're indistinguishable. They kind of do the same. I leave it to you. I would find, things that were, a submission that was strictly proposed findings and a separate provision, proposed conclusions of law, that's fine. But I'm not going to constrain you guys to that. What I would find more helpful is some filing that is at least bifurcated, if not cut up even more, which is the demolition issue and the propriety of should demolition be authorized. I've made sure to be clear that I've not made a final determination on it. But should demolition be authorized, whether the proposal that the Connors have made conforms with the applicable provisions of, I think it's section 603 for the new building. I'm not sure that there are provisions in section 7 that pertain to the new building, but if I've got that mixed up, please inform. I would find that helpful.
And should it be, I always want to make sure I know where I'm going into, so it's one filing from each of us, no response?
I don't, unless something's been said that's really off base, I don't find the responses helpful, because I think, and again, I remember this from being a lawyer too, not too long ago, you feel compelled to repeat the argument you put in your first filing when you're doing a reply. I don't need that. So, yeah. So, 10 business days, filings are in. I'm trying to finish one merits decision and jump on another. So I can't make guarantees of when exactly I'll be and I have some trials scheduled. I can't make guarantees of when I can get this help, but I know the urgency for the neighbors as well as the Connors of getting some certainty here, so I'll try to work on that as soon as I can.
And now, I guess I'm trying to find out what's the impact of our stipulation on the requirements. So as I understand, the stipulation that we had that focused the testimony has brought it down to two sections of the LDRs, the demolition section, and that one section about harmonious uses in the neighborhood. And neither of the appellants said that they had any challenge to the conformity of the Connor application under any other sections. So that's my understanding of where we are. So am I being asked to brief all of the different requirements of the site plan and conditional use?
No, I would not expect that.
But, let me give you one example. I think you hit the nail right on. Putting the demolition issue in a separate category.
Yes.
The harmonious nature of the proposed building, if it were allowed, and it can only be allowed if demolition is approved, and the other legal determinations are made that would authorize demolition. But if we're there, but I think you summarized it well, is this lack of harmony in the neighborhood. I think the neighbors would agree with that. Now, the only caution I have, Mr. Freed, is that to the extent that in talking about the lack of harmony of the design of the building or the parking configuration, particularly on Maiden Lane, or a layperson's assessment of whether this will have a detrimental impact on traffic, I take that generally and I'll consider those three items, even if in the course of Ms. Prince or Mr. Ford's testimony, they weren't able to specifically cite the exact subsection under which that would control. So I think there's actually, if we look at it as lawyers, there's several sections that those issues could come under. I'm going to try to decipher where they should arise, whether it's in Article 6 or Article 7. But I don't understand that the appellants are driving this bus, so to speak, because while it's a de novo hearing, it's only as to the legal issues that they've raised. And I understand that the appellants have agreed today that those are the only issues. So there's no need to, and I'm not going to make findings. I'll make reference to the stipulation in my decision, but I'm not going to make findings on conformance with the other aspects of the conditional use and site plan criteria. Based upon the stipulation, maybe that's a more appropriate way to answer the question. Based upon the stipulation that was addressed today, and Mrs. Chamberlain is going to help me remember this part exactly of the record, I'm going to draft a decision that notes the stipulation that was reached in the course of the trial and focus my findings and legal conclusions on that point, on those points, I should say.
So, by way of example, there's a section in the zoning ordinance that talks about the colors of paint. That hasn't been challenged as a specific thing. It hasn't been highlighted as a part of the LDRs. But it, conceivably falls in the category of general, conformance.
Well, I don't recall that there was a specific challenge to the color of paint.
Well, exactly.
But there was, and so I don't know that whatever provision you're referring to, that I doubt that I'll be referring to that. But what I will be referring to is, for example, Ms. Brent's assertion that the building is offensive, whatever she testified to lay the foundation for that.
Yeah.
And more than that, I hope that gives you some direction.
Yeah, but it does make me say, Your Honor, that I hope that you'll consider allowing us the opportunity to reply to our opponent's presentations, because I'm a little bit handicapped in nailing down exactly what specifically the objection
Well,
is.
let's see, what we got? We got Wednesday, May 7th, 10 business days would bring us to Wednesday the 21st. I'm always saying any replies will be in by Monday the 26th. How about that?
Now I know I'm doing it at the end of the weekend. Yeah.
We'll reply just if you feel the need. And we'll note that in our ticker system, so if you have any questions about it, just call the book.
If it's of any comfort to my opposing counsel, we do not make color omission.
Your Honor, May 26th is Memorial Day, according.
Oh, shit, thank you. I'm sorry.
Why not make it the following Wednesday, the 28th?
The 20th, Wednesday the 28th. Sounds perfect. So, thanks for that catch. I used to always hate going back to the office after some hearing.
Right.
As a lawyer. And you got a deadline, you go, oh, it's a Sunday. You know, so, thanks for that catch. Okay, we stand in recess. Folks, I should have said first, thank you for your presentation. There's some very sincere interest felt here. I am very appreciative of the significant investment that all the parties, the neighbors who already live there, and the Connors who hope to develop a property appropriately and successfully. I have a very keen sense of the significant interest here, and I'll be respectful of that. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So these big exhibits are reproduced in little exhibits in the books. Okay.
Not always, but most of the time.